Alrighty. Let's just start. Hello, Johnny. You were first, yeah. Just finished Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. It was so peak. Yeah, it is very good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was a long time ago that I watched it. Yeah, I remember at the end I was like, oh, this was like a relative. This is almost flawless, basically. Hello, Crast. How's your day going? Still just alive or live? Huh? Okay, sure, I'll do that. Good morning. Yes, good morning. Or good afternoon, actually. It's afternoon for me. Good afternoon to you, Danny. I don't know where you're from. I'm from the U.S., United States of America. I was teared up at the end of the second to last episode. Fair. I actually don't really remember exactly what happened then. Well, I kind of do. I assume the... Actually, yeah, no, fair. I kind of do remember. Does she want to make old-fashioned butter? Maybe. Who doesn't love some good butter? What's my favorite anime? I'm gonna say the Monogatari series. But if not that, then ReZero. ReZero or the Monogatari series. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is in my top 10, though. How's your progress so far? When it comes to, like, bettering myself at art, I think it's going well. I don't think I've gotten any faster at improving, but I think I've been improving at, like, a steady rate. So I think it's going well. Crab, Brack, Pratt. What kind of anime is your type? I don't know. Mystery, usually. I like mysteries. But honestly, as long as the anime has, like, interesting characters to me, and they're written well, then I'd like it. Hunter x Hunter? Never seen... No, that's not true. I have seen some of Hunter x Hunter, but I haven't finished it. Well, caught up to it at least. I don't think it actually is finished. Hello, Abby. How's your day going? You are here early. Hello, Virus. How's your day going? Hello, Emperor. How is your day going? Whatever, I'll work with these fingers later. Daru means alcohol or wine in Hindi. Good, how about you? Yeah, I'm chilling, I'm vibing. Can I go ahead and delete the critique channel? Yeah, sure. The forum has been up for a couple weeks now. Really? It has? That's... I thought it's been up for a shorter time than I thought, I guess. Yeah, sure. How far down does her things drape? Okay, I guess they go... They're actually supposed to be going down to, like, her feet. The dress thing is flowing in this direction. Then it's coming out. Good night, Bryn. Have a good rest. Oh, that's where it came from. Where does the Yami part come from? Let's see if I can bring this in. There's a character that I want to draw. Who's the character that I said I want to draw after Pun? Was it... Yeah, I did forget. Well, whatever. Cut off the third symbol, resulting in Daru, and added Yami for darkness. I see. Lazy darkness. I have a bit of a headache right now, and I don't know why. Maybe my body is not used to sleeping a little bit earlier. Or something? I don't know. Do you need a little caffeine? I don't know. Never had, yeah, caffeine, or at least never had coffee. Maybe I do need some energy. Ah. Hello, Bo. How's your date going? I just finished watching Cyberpunk Edgerunners for the second time. Oh, nice. Apparently, Daru, the version, yeah, with their slang abbreviation of that, and additionally used to express. What a pain. How did I come up with such a perfect match nickname? Good question. I don't know. Luck. It's all your fault, Crab? What is this? The fault falls on you. The fault lies with you. Anyways. I'm doing well. I finally have a day off tomorrow. Nice. I hope you enjoy your day off. I hope this isn't insane to ask, but if you were to say, but if I were to say or tell you that your art skills are masterful, and that it descends from the heavens and beyond, that's not insane, right? It's high praise. I mean, people can say whatever they want, I guess, so I don't think it's insane. I think it's probably wrong, but, I mean, art is subjective, so if that's how you feel, well, I'm glad you feel that way. Hello, Maxie. How's your day going? I think, well, yeah, no. Sure. I do want to have a little bit more gaps in here. Well, it doesn't really work. I thought you froze, but I just turned the volume down. Yeah, no, I'm still here. Yeah, I was saying that I hope you enjoy your day off. Shit, that's wrong. Free time is kind of hard to come by sometimes. Free time is hard to come by sometimes. Yep, that's what I said. With how useless Google made their normal search results, their AI actually became helpful. The enshittification of search results. Of searching the web using Google. Hey Dennis, may I ask some real quick? Sure. I don't see why not. No, Crab, you froze like the temperature. You froze to your demise? You're not about to be shipped to be dismembered like the other crabs. What if I'm one of the crabs that people don't eat? You know, you've been calling me crab, but that's like calling I don't know, calling a person like bird. Which bird are you? What type of crab am I? Maybe I'm not an edible one. Maybe I don't need to be dismembered. How do you draw faces not like super anime like and more chibi like, I guess? Or cutish, because mine always comes out looking long. Mine always comes looking long and point. I want to draw smaller faces and not have all my characters look like mogging Sun Jinwoo. Like, so essentially what I do... Yeah, okay, so I can understand that problem. I guess it'd be something like... So when I draw out the shape of, like, the square, I suppose, I make sure to start the... So instead of starting the chin, like, maybe here, and it comes out looking like this, or something. Instead of starting the chin out, like, halfway, I guess, I suppose I start the chin lower. Or, yeah, I start, like, curving the jaw lower. Hello, Sona. How's your day going? Hey, Daru, are you saying that birds aren't people too? That's quite rude. But yeah, it's like calling a pigeon a bird, or any type of bird a bird. You know, I mean, yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, it's a bird, but like, I mean, not all birds are the same. Hello, DRJ. How's your day going? Let's say the eyes are here, right? I usually put the eyes around this area. Quite some far eyes. Then I have the nose like hair. I might have the mouth hair. It tends to be that on the face I have the chin starting lower than usual, and so there's a softer, or the chin just doesn't end up being super long. Like, so instead of starting the chin from like here, where you start curving too early, I start to curve the chin later, so, and give it a more woke cruster. Yeah, I start to give it some curve later on. Still don't get what woke means. Actually, it's probably like I don't know, actually. And I guess if I were to show like the version where the chin would be too long or too pointy or something, sometimes I don't make the chin, well, it depends. Like for the Queen Draco drawing I'm doing, the chin is quite sharp, but there's a lot of times where I won't make the chin like super sharp. I guess it depends on where you put the eyes and stuff like that. If you put the eyes lower on the head, then the chin will look less long. Like if I start curving the chin from, rather than this point, if I start curving the chin from like a higher up angle, it's gonna turn out to be way sharper, I guess. Also, just decreasing the rate at which you bring in the chin, right? So if you bring the chin in like this, it's gonna start to look quite sharp. But if you have a more gradual change, it's gonna look less sharp. So it'd be like like this versus like this. Hello, Venus. How's your day going? Did you know that everything stems from the UPS logo? Everything? I mean, crab is the perfect form. No need to distinguish between them, since they all seek perfection. Yeah, but not all crabs not all crabs are equal. So more turn to it. Yeah. Yeah, basically. I tend to give, like, more masculine characters a sharper jawline, basically. And more feminine characters a rounder jawline. You can see it right here between Rhino and Ogi. Rhino has a sharper angle than Ogi. My day started shitty, so I'm treating myself extra nice and only doing whatever I like to turn it around. Well, I hope it turns out. Well, I hope it turns around. Yeah, hopefully your day turns out better than how it started then. Was it a fate character? Though, which one? Are you saying that some crabs are lesser? I'm just saying on the degree of perfection, you know, kind of like infinity. There's like different levels to perfection. Like there's different levels to infinity. Perhaps all crabs are perfect, but that doesn't mean all crabs are equally as perfect. That almost doesn't make sense, but I don't care. It's the same amount of sense that there are some different sizes to infinity, you know? Yeah. Cool characters, thank you. Damn, Ogi, beautiful. True, right? Hello, Bayar. I'll call you Bayar. Ari? Maybe Ari. I'll go with Ari. Crap, but how's the vertical eye position tie into this? Oh, well, yeah, so like in general, if I start the eyes, where I place the jaw depends on kind of where I place the eyes, usually, I guess. It just helps me mark down where I think the jaw should go. Like if I were to move the eyes higher, I guess. it feel weird. Like, yeah. So if I were to move the eyes higher, I'd feel like the jaw should probably start a little bit higher or have a different angle or something like that. Because this looks a little bit, I don't know, it just looks a little bit off to me, like personally. Let me try and make sure. So this is the spot where I want the chin to end, or ish, kind of. I think I did that angle wrong. In fact, I'd probably make the jaw more boxy. Come down. But depending on where the eyes are, I feel like I'd make the face longer, which would make the chin longer, which would make it look a little bit more sharp compared to like if I were to. I guess I'll just copy this. If I were to make the eyes lower down on the face. I guess eye and nose. Well, when it comes to the nose, I curve the chin basically the moment it passes the nose. So, and because the nose doesn't tend to, usually the nose doesn't tend to be as like higher than the eyes. So if I move the eyes, if I move the eyes lower, I'm going to move the nose lower, which will make the chin start curving lower, if that makes sense. Let me get rid of this mouth. No, I need to keep the nose, but I want to get rid of the mouth. There you go. I mean, I think it's more so that I tend to change the proportions the lower down the... It might be that I'm changing the proportions when the eyes get lower. Maybe that's what I'm doing rather than anything else. I don't know. What did I do before? I had that, so I made this. But not there. I think I did just cut off the chin now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, maybe this is a bad example, because, I mean, I really am just changing... I mean, it'd probably be different if I were to keep the sharp point. Me flattening out the chin kind of just makes it... It makes it kind of pointless. Yeah, it does make it more chibi when you move the eyes lower. Though. Makes it cuter. But that's not... Let me actually try to figure out what I am doing when I move the eyes lower. Maybe moving the eyes lower just adds into, like, everything else. Maybe it's more so... Yeah, maybe the eyes don't necessarily have to do with it, but it adds to, like, the cuter aesthetic rather than the eyes being higher. Perhaps that's what's happening. I just realized I accidentally had the stream playing 15 minutes earlier. I like the way the Draco face is. I like pointy chins, but not like, I don't know. Yeah, it might actually be, like, what determines if a chin looks, like, aesthetically pleasing or not to you might be the curve here, maybe? Perhaps? I don't know. Actually. Like, let me move the eyes higher. Let me have the same shape. And I'll just move the eyes higher. Let's see what that will change. Sorry. I don't think I purposely muted that time. Um, yeah, about Saya's eyes being too low compared to what you usually draw. Yeah, anyways, I was saying I think it's probably like what I was talking about with the eyes being high or low. I think it's probably that when the eyes are lower, it kind of makes me change the proportions compared to when they're higher. And so the eyes being lower compared like combined with the jaw shape changing a little bit adds to like a cuter look rather than like a higher face where the proportions are going to change, I guess. Perhaps, I don't know. You're muted since you're muted ever since starting the. Interesting. That's a long time to be muted. I don't think I muted on purpose though. It's not like the buttons. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Maybe I accidentally unplugged the. No, I don't know. Whatever. Hello, Dibble. How's your day going? And hello, George. Hopefully, your day's going well. Back to this one. You can make a shirt about these faces. Would be useful. I don't think I understand enough for me to make a proper... make something on it, I guess. I mean, maybe I can make something based on, like, proportions or whatever. Maybe. I think I understand proportions a little bit better. Yeah, I guess. I'd have to think about it. Why is this guy called Dennis Crab? My name on Discord is Crab. In a sense, Crab is a little bit more of an official name than Dennis. Dennis is the community voted name. Crab is the name that I have on Discord, kinda. Cool motion effect. Thank you. I think I'm pretty much done with what I wanted to do here. Oh yeah, I was trying to... I need to put in the elbow area. Slowly rebranding the Dene into a crab. Yeah, you keep talking about my past life, and by past life I mean present life, because I'm still presently on Discord. Hello, HSI. Haven't seen you in a while. How's your day going? I think I'm probably done. You know what? I do need to do... She does have underwear. So I'll probably add that, actually. Where is the underwear in comparison? I think it's, like, pretty low. I mean, that's what these... That's what the Type Moon characters tend to have. I think if you look at Jack the Ripper, they're pretty low set. Good, I finally finished midterm. Nice, nice. Continue in your journey to graduation, I suppose? Since I'm working You're working on a character reference? I don't think I really need to render it all too much. Yeah, you don't. They don't need to be rendered. They're just for the design. Yep, 2 years left. Well, good luck. I'm going back to art school this fall, so I'll be on my 2nd year. Nice, well, good luck then. It's the year of schools, I guess. Every year is the year of schools, I suppose. What am I talking about? Speaking of school, I guess I'm going to do 3D modeling. Nice. 3D modeling does kind of help with drawing in general. It helps you think in 3D shapes, I guess. And the type of visualization that I guess you kind of do, or you kind of learn in 3D, in like modeling in general, will... okay, yeah, 3D modeling and sculpting and such, will probably help you when it comes to 2D art. Got my associates at 18. I gotta figure out what I want to do. You can always just try out some different stuff and see which one sticks, I guess. In hindsight, I guess doing something related to art was probably the most reasonable thing for me to do. It was the thing that I had the most interest in. Although I guess it's not all the time that your interest and your job aligns, I guess. But YouTube makes it easier to do that, so... 3D modeling most likely, but if not that, maybe something with science. I see. Science. If I had to pick an actual kind of job, I'd want to, or something to learn. If I at least had to pick something that I want to learn, it'd be something to do with psychology. But I suck at math, which science is 90% math. Actually, I quite liked science. I mean, I quite liked math. But I didn't really like doing science with math. No, so. Like, I didn't really like physics or anything. Or I didn't really like chemistry. So even though it kind of sounds cool to say that I, like... It would have sounded cool to say, I'm a scientist. I don't think I would have actually liked it. Learning about the human mind is actually very interesting to me. Hello, Aggie. How's your day going? I really want to work with disabled children, but I want to have art as a side hobby. Well, I think you could do that. It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. I wish you luck on your endeavors. remember taking a psychology class, and I was really interested in it. Hello, unknown. How's your day going? Thinking of going back to drawing digitally. I bought a tablet and draw on it for like 1 month, and drop it because of college. Alright. Well, I guess at some point you'll probably be able to pick that back up. Maybe. Maybe, possibly. I think I'm done with this. No, actually, the tail is a little bit wonky. Or not. Okay. It's more so that I need to figure out exactly where it's coming from. Like, it's coming from here, obviously. But maybe like there. Is the side of her tail scaled? Or is there no scales on the side of her tail? I think there is scales on the side of her tail. I'm gonna just go with the scale version. Sure. Hello, Sagi. How's your day going? I'm autistic, so I guess I'm disabled as well. And I've heard a lot of shitty workers working disabled children, and I want to change that. Yeah, that's good. They do say, be the change you want to see in the world. And, yeah. At the very least, doing what you can is good. Yeah, it's good. How was your day? My day was going well. My day is going well, actually. The use of past tense there was wrong. But yeah. Right, how so many people baby disabled people. That is fair. That is fair. Yeah, drawing is time consuming. For a while though, you don't have to like spend so much time on drawing. You can like draw for like 10 minutes a day, like just do a doodle or whatever. It doesn't have to be a serious drawing. Drawing anything at all every day, at least putting effort into a drawing for some amount of time will eventually add up to something. Well, good on your high school teacher. What is happening with my chat? Please go back. There you go. It went back. It was glitching for some reason. Well, I've had a cold since Monday, and my temperature went up to 39.5 degrees Celsius. But it's gone down now, and I'm feeling better. Oh, that's good. Hopefully we get better soon. Like, completely better. Yeah, I guess I won't be able to do that. Hello, Small Moth. Hey, again, amazing art as always. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. Oh, this headache is not going well. It's such a weird headache. What a weird headache. It's not like I'm dehydrated. But maybe drinking water would help. Maybe I'm tired or something. But that wouldn't really make sense, because I woke up, like, it's not like I woke up pretty recently. And I got a good amount of sleep, so it really is weird. Headaches suck, yes. It's super painful. It's not, yeah, it's not that painful. It's just like, I can feel it. It's like a constant, it's a constant thing. But yeah, it's like pretty weak. It's constant but weak. Light neck massage from top to bottom can help reduce pressure. Yeah, maybe. I know at the beginning of the stream you said you had one, and it's been about 50-some minutes. Yeah, that's true. A lap pillow might help with your case. Unknown. Though a pillow might have to do. Just a normal one. Yeah, I don't know. I woke up with a headache. It's probably one of those headaches that'll disappear after a little while. Although it kind of has been a little while. Nothing a little sleep won't fix. I'm sure it has to do with sleep. That's most likely. It feels like the headaches that I get when I've just woken up from like a nap or something. So I'm sure it's related to sleep in some way. Yeah, combine that with the fact that I do kind of feel sort of tired. I kind of feel tired, so that probably, I'm sure they're connected. Or too much sleep? I'm doubtful of that. I'm doubtful of that. Mainly because I know I haven't been sleeping the best over the past couple days. Or I for sure could be sleeping better. Today I got like around 8 hours of sleep. But yesterday I didn't. I'm drawing, yeah, for sure. Anyways. Yeah, yesterday I got around 8 hours of sleep. Or today I did. But the day before, I think I got around like 7. And the day before that, I got around, well, yeah, I've been getting like around 7 hours of sleep every day. Which is fine. But I've been staying up like really late also. I've been staying up till like 5 or 6. Does she have... I really am confused about her legs. Like, I'm pretty sure her legs don't have anything on them. At least in this form. But maybe it is too much sleep. But yeah, I don't think it'd be that one. Because like I totally could have kept sleep. I could have kept sleeping today. I would have been able to. I kind of forced myself to wake up. Her left hand has a glove. Okay, well, but the right hand, I really should just look at her official art. Oh, I was gonna draw Summer Melusine. I think that's what I was gonna do. Queen. Fake Grand Order. Okay, yeah, but you can still see her fingers, so it shouldn't be that much work. Okay, but how does her legs look? She has this big dress. Yeah, I guess she really doesn't have anything on her legs. That makes it easier. Be right back. Okay. Hello, Mitsuru. How's your day going? Okay. Inside of hair will be red. This entire area will be red. What are you drawing? I'm drawing Queen Draco. Flailing. Flailing around. You ever get that weird feeling of you ever get that weird feeling of being tired, but not tired at the same time? Um... Maybe? I'm not too sure. Ever get that feeling of deja vu? Where would this even be leaking from? Right there? Okay, I guess I was right. Well, you've never picked up a dragon girl and then she started flailing around. That's what's happening here. This thing is leaking somewhere, probably right there. Hello, stop motion. How's your day going? Hello. Okay, if I chill here while I build some stuff, why not? Why not? let me figure out how this thing wraps around. What are you gonna build? What you building? That's just mental exhaustion. When willpower runs out, you lose the strength to do the more draining things, even if you can still think clearly, and if the body's in perfect condition. Well, yeah, I mean, when I think of tired, I think of, like, mental exhaustion. And then when I think of, like, when I think of sleepy, I think of, like, literally just being, just, you know, wanting to sleep, I guess. But I guess people do use tired to, like, mean sleepy. Yeah, you can say, yeah, I'm tired, I want to sleep. Yeah, okay, fair. I feel like I kind of have both. Although it's usually true that when I'm tired, I'm also... Like, when I'm sleepy, I'm also tired, I guess. Very good, Bidchill. Nice. Just a custom Norn Queen model for 40k. Huh, Warhammer. Unfortunately, I don't know much about the Warhammer lore. I know that there's some sort of... Well, I know there's... I was gonna say, I know there's... like, what, space orcs? But then I guess there's a bunch of different types of species or races. I don't actually know what's the proper terminology. I have the power of the god. Imagine imagine having to pray for your gun to work. That's a thing, right? Some sort of machine god. Pray for the gun to work. The physical and mental go hand in hand. Yeah. Yep, but there's also mental exhaustion where you can't clearly think anymore, and physical exhaustion where you can't move anymore. Right. Yeah, there's like there's doing stuff and your muscles being tired and such, and then there is the mental exhaustion. Is that? Custom Norn Queen. Literally Tanya the Evil. She needs to pray for her flying engine thingy to work? What? I guess there's actually just a... Yeah, sure. I guess the magic is run on God. Being X or whatever it's called. I mean, it did look pretty magical, I'm not gonna lie. At least they don't look like normal jetpack thingies. So her chest... Let me see. Her chest would be coming in like there. I mean, yes, that's correct, but I don't think... I don't think I've done that in the way that I wanted. Did you not watch the anime? No, I haven't. Haven't watched the anime. It's on my to-watch list, I guess. At the very least, Tanya's on the list of characters that I want to draw. But before I draw her, I'd probably want to watch the anime. So, even though she's not, like, the anime's not on my to-watch list, because the character's on my to-watch list, my to-draw list, I'm probably going to end up watching the show to draw her. Otherwise, I probably won't have enough motivation to draw her in the first place. It's one of the animes that I'll watch the new season of, even though nowadays I basically don't watch anime at all anymore. Huh, I see. Fair. How blonde is she? She's more like yellowish, right? I have like no anime knowledge. How the... I have no knowledge. No simple speak anime. My knowledge is limited to memes. Fair. Then put the anime on your to-watch list. No, I don't think I need to. I really do think I'll end up watching the anime because she's on my to-watch list. I mean, to-draw list. My to-draw list is kind of like a to-watch list. Sorta. because it's very rare that I'll actually end up drawing a character without like watching the show or engaging with anything of the series. No anime knowledge. No, that's fair. That's fair. I prefer movies over series, and recently live action movies than animated. Fair. That's fair. Hello, Yuki. How's your day going? I prefer series, I guess, because they're a little bit easier for me to manage. Sitting down to watch an entire movie is less convenient to fit into like my schedule, I suppose. Whereas I can watch like a bunch of smaller things at my own pace, and that's just easier to fit. I'll do that instead. Your art is so good. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I guess that's the same color, so I'll just do that. I enjoy going to the theater on opening night to watch movies. Very fun. Last time talked to some strangers. I'll probably never meet again. Huh. I mean, yeah, I think going places is fun. Going places is pretty fun. I don't take the most enjoyment in going places. Like I think I'm equally happy staying at home compared to going out. I can enjoy both. I think it's probably just I feel more productive when I'm at home. And because there's not much of a happiness difference whether I'm out or at home, it just feels it seems more smart for me, I guess. Although I like walking, I'd walk in a forest. I like walking in like nature, I suppose. It doesn't have to be nature. I like walking in general. But I think I much prefer nature. Less things to think about. So that's one thing that I would probably say that I'd probably go out, like, to do, I guess. You're welcome. I need gold. Gold is like this color. What am I... Okay, so... I see. That's very weird. So, if that's not on the line art layer, please tell me which layer you're on. You're on the hair layer. That's freaking weird. It's absolutely weird. Okay, surely that's in the right spot now. Me too, I just sometimes just go randomly. I need to walk, and I just go out walking and go out walking an hour without context. No, it's fair. Aimlessly walking is keyword. It also might be the case that until recently, I didn't really have any money to go to... That's not true, I guess. It's not... I mean, yeah, like, it is true that I didn't really have money to go to the theater, but it's not like I had no way to go to the theater, I suppose. I personally had no money. And I'm the type of person who doesn't ask to do anything. I think in a lot of ways I've kind of fried my brain to be very good at staying... I don't know. I don't think I crave a lot of things that just like I probably I don't really like eating. I like food. Food tastes good, but I wouldn't go out of my way to eat. If I didn't need to eat, I probably wouldn't eat as often as I do, obviously, but there are some people who just would eat or like have a daily routine even if they don't need to do it because they simply enjoy making food. But I'd end up going months probably without eating. I kind of feel that like I'm kind of that way too with other stuff other than just food. Even though I'd probably like enjoy it, I just don't do them. I guess I only do the things that I find the most enjoyable, which is fair. Paper because tablet feels weird. Plus, I don't want to drop like $300 on something I don't know if I'll use. Yeah, that's fair. You don't need to like get a you don't need to get like a screen tablet or anything. There is like some relatively cheap compared to the screen tablet drawing tablets. Like if you just get like a screenless tablet, that'll work too. It's a little bit of a weird learning curve because you have to like look at, I guess you need hand-eye coordination or whatever to be able to look at a monitor and not look at your hand and still draw. No, that's not my diet. I mean, the food is different every day. Like, I basically what I'm, like, my diet, if I were in control of it, would probably just be oatmeal, or, like, it'd just be the things that I need to eat and the things that are the most beneficial to eat. But, no, my oatmeal, I mean, my oatmeal, my diet is not just consisting of oatmeal. Like it's quite varied. Like the food tastes good. It's just it's kind of like I have short-term memory with how much I like something, if that makes sense. I'm aware that like I've made really good tasting cakes before. I'm aware that like I remember the fact that I really did like the cakes, and in the moment of eating the cakes, I could probably stay there for like a long time. If I never got like full, I could probably stay there for a long time. But after I've left that situation of me eating the cake, the desire to relive the situation, it just kind of fades away, I guess. I feel like I have the opposite of like an addictive personality. I think it's I don't know. The food tastes no, but like see, I'm saying like I know the food tastes good, but the reason I don't have much connection to it is because I don't know, I just don't feel that, I don't feel that strongly anymore about it. Like in the moment, I'd be like, yeah, I'd eat this every day, but like right now, I don't have that strong emotional connection, I guess, because it's faded, because I haven't eaten it. I'm not eating right now, so, and I'm doing something I prefer doing over eating. So I just don't have a reason, you know, I don't know. Is that weird? That's probably weird, but I draw with tablets, but I think my drawings are better with paper. That's fair. I love food, but that might be because I live near nature and eat mostly local produce / things foraged from the wilds. That's fair. Okay, I say that's fair too much. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna stop saying that's fair. Like, there are foods that I would consider the best food I've ever tasted ever. And I don't really crave it. I don't really crave much of anything. Like, when it comes to video games, yes, there are video games that I'd like to, like, finish and complete. And I know in the moment of playing them, of course, I like playing them. But right now, I don't have the desire to, like, play them, I guess. Even though I know I'll probably enjoy it. I don't know. Says too much. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. If everything's fair, then nothing is fair or whatever. I don't know. I'm not Syndrome. What is this? That's why aren't these the same thing? What's my favorite food? Fried rice, I guess. But truly, if I were to actually answer the question, it'd be like roti. R-O-T-I. That's my favorite food. It's like only ever seeing AI generated art by AI from in 2022, and saying the art is good, having never experienced a real artist artworks. Um, it's more like seeing a specific art style or something like that. It's like seeing a specific art style, saying the art style is good or art is good, and never seeing any other art style. I mean, like, yeah, I guess, I don't know. I mean, if you're like saying that there's like probably better food out there that I haven't tasted, like yeah, duh. But like, like yeah, obviously. But is that really saying much? Earlier today, I got cravings for cheese pie. Cheese pie. I've never had cheese pie before. Wait a minute, is cheese pie what they call cheesecake? I've always had the thought, like, cheesecake is certainly a pie. It has pie crust and everything. Why is it called cheesecake? Like, in the moment, it's somewhat nice, but I don't get addicted to it. Yeah, that's how I am with, like, everything. Yep, that's how I feel. It's more so I just don't really crave things, I guess. But again, maybe at some point in my life, I've kind of ended up training myself to not crave things. I don't know. Craving things is bad, so I don't. I guess after enough time of saying that to yourself, you probably. I mean, you learn to not. Well, I'm gonna eat. Be right back. Okay. No, its real name is name that I'm not gonna even try to pronounce. Look at those legs moving. Yeah, you do kind of seem like a hedonist. Yeah, that seems like a fair AI take, which is odd because it's AI, but. Okay, I just wanted, I was just gonna diss AI just for the sake of it, honestly. I was gonna say a broken clock is right twice a day, but I mean. Where's the innate human greed and insanity for pleasure? I don't think that's innate. I think it's just it happens that humans are really good at being addicted to things and searching for the highest forms of pleasure. But I don't think I think I think it's quite normal for people to like live lives of balance, I suppose. I look at people chasing pleasure. That's not true, but it's like I don't know. Like, if I were to put myself in like someone like that shoes, I don't know. I'd find myself quite unhappy, I guess. Not unhappy, but it just seems kind of not grounded, and I like things that are grounded. So I personally could not like live in that way. Things are usually good to me when they have substance behind it, I suppose. And I find it very difficult to think that something has substance if I'm constantly searching for something else, I guess. It'd be like if I was constantly hopping around between different hobbies. That's not true. I don't know. It's different for hobbies, but like I'm speaking specifically for myself. I don't think I would personally be able to value my hobby as much if I had a bunch of them at the same time. It would lower the entire collective of all of my hobbies if I constantly was looking for something. I think it's kind of like I feel like there's an art form. There's an art form in being content. Learning how to be content is something that I found to be very useful, I guess. It helps. It seems like it would make it so people don't run themselves into the ground chasing things that they don't necessarily need to be chasing. But of course, I'm speaking personally. So it's gonna depend on the person what they feel is right for themselves. I feel like I would run myself into the ground if I was constantly chasing things. It just seems like I'd end up having a not that happy time. It's like the highs would be high, but the lows are just, well, it feel like the lows would just be static, or weightless, or meaningless. It feel kind of empty in the meantime, like a drug addict, like a drug addict who's had like the best high of their lives, but then once they're down, it's like, well, what else is ever gonna match this? And then you're always trying to find something to match it, but you can never find it because you fried your brain circuits. Using AI to make my art would be a waste since my art is 2 steps above stick figures. Yeah, because like when I think art is about the artist, I guess, and I think that using AI to make art is kind of like it's not even really making art. I think art needs an intention behind it. Like perhaps you can find enjoyment in writing prompts for AI, but I wouldn't necessarily count like the visual stuff that comes out of the AI as art. I enjoy so many things that I can't ever focus on one thing. I have the superpower of instantly grasping the skill to be mediocre whatever I do the first try, but I can never focus on it long enough to escape this mediocrity. Well, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't... I like to stick with things, I guess. After enough time, it tends to gain value. If I don't, it doesn't feel that valuable, I suppose, to me. 70% of my art is just drawings of things I write for my sci-fi world. That's fair. It must... I'm gonna stop saying it. That's fair. Immediately. That's fair. No, but... I think that's probably the way it should be. Because I think it's enjoyable when it's connected to you, or things that you're already invested in. If you have your own, like, world that you're writing, I think it'd be pretty fulfilling to, like, draw the things from it. It's kind of like when you're a kid, right? Like, when you're first drawing things as a kid, you're probably just drawing things that are interesting to you. It's only when you get older that you start, like, having these ideas of, like, doing things the right way or learning things the right way, but you kind of start to get disconnected from the original reason why you started drawing in the first place. Because you want to, because there's something that you want to illustrate. And of course, yes, like, I think learning the skills necessary to illustrate, like, the more complex ideas that you have is important, but you don't only need to do that. I think the most important thing about drawing is keeping your passion alive. Yep, let's do the clothes. I need to learn about Nietzsche. I keep hearing lots of stuff about him. Getting hammered, how popularly he's been misunderstood 180. Yeah. There was a time that I was looking into Nietzsche, or at least I was trying to, like, learn about him, watching videos and such. Nowadays, I've forgotten it mostly. But yeah, I mean, from the gist of what I remembered is, like, he's not as He's not as antagonistic as he sounds from like random clips and stuff that you hear about him, I guess. Like, he has a more nuanced position than what he tends to get boiled down to. I mean, that's just how any like any clip-based format works, or any format in which you're just like giving random quotes out of context. You're just gonna end up with a misinterpretation of what the person actually is. It's usually not the case. Usually not the case that people that people just say crazy things for absolutely no reason. Usually there's some reason behind it. Some, like, a little bit of a deeper reason. I mean, some people are kind of just, some people will just say crazy things just because that's what they believe, but that's why I consider myself a hobby artist. I only draw and make stuff when I want to. Yeah, I think that's good. Well, it's good, but also there's like the idea that you have to find some way to support yourself. So, I mean, yeah, I assume you would have like a job or something, but you know, the one thing that I might consider myself, am I addicted to making art? I guess, right? That's like the one thing I would consider myself addicted to. But it's more so I'm addicted to like the idea of making art. But it's not like I can't, like, it's not like I can't go like a day without making art, or I can't go like a week without making art. I value the skills, so, and I don't want my skills to rust, so I find it necessary to like constantly draw. But it's not like yeah, actually I don't know if I'm actually addicted to making art. I just find it necessary to draw all the time. Plus I find it enjoyable. I think it's probably the most enjoyable thing that I've found to do. It has like it has like a super high skill ceiling. So it's not like I'll ever run out of things to learn when it comes to art. And I can always refine my skills that I have already. It just seems very convenient to, it's a convenient thing to like. I haven't drawn in so long, and wait, hold on, I missed, okay, sorry. I haven't drawn in so long, I've just been so preoccupied with personal failures. It's so easy to have your mind invaded. Seats down and lack of. Yeah, I think drawing and like paying attention to like the failures is gonna be a big demotivator. You kind of have to just approach drawing from a sense of curiosity rather than a sense of wanting to make something that looks good, I guess. Because even if, yes, you like fail to do the thing that you exactly wanted to do, at least learning something in the first place will make it so that in the future you'll eventually be able to make things that you want to do, I guess. Like, I will say that it probably does feel bad if you can't see a direction forward, if you don't know the path forward to get better. But I mean, I guess that's why you have to like take small steps in trying to learn, instead of trying to learn big concepts. Learn anything. Having the goal be to learn anything makes it way less stressful. And it's easier to motivate yourself because you're actually completing goals. If the goal is learning something and you at least learn like a single thing a day, like just getting a little bit better at art, I think that's probably the goal that I would set for myself if I were to start again. I mean, that's the goal that I've set for myself now, so of course I guess it'd be the same goal. The more you talk about yourself, the more relatable you are, and yet basically everything you've tried, everything you've arrived at has been from a completely opposite approach to myself. And whatever completely opposite conclusions you have, you've got to from the exact same place I did. Huh. Probably. I'm thinking too much. Let me figure out. I don't want her eyes to be super crossed, which they are right now, so let me try and see if I can fix that. I think I was trying to find something to say, but I don't think I found anything of worth for me to say. Hello, Buttercat. How's your day going? It's going good for me. Thank you very much. Okay, I guess I'll make my life easier and I'll just select this. I mean, what conclusions do you have, Yami, or Daru? I think the eyes are alright in this case, very fitting. Yeah, I mean... maybe. Like, I think... I don't think they're bad. Like, I don't think these eyes are terrible, but it's not what I was going for. I think having her, like, look backwards, perhaps, might help, but I'm gonna keep the eyes looking forward. I just want them to be a little bit less crossed. It's fine if she's like looking straight or looking down or whatever, but it's been all right. Long day at work. Fair. See, I keep saying fair. There's too many things to list them all, but a good recent example is this diet thing. Diet. How so? Like as in me craving things or whatever? What else was I talking about when it came to diet? About the only, like, taking in the things that are nutritional, I guess? I also talked about something like that. Hello, Oliver. How's your day going? Hello? How are you? I'm chillin'. Hello, Oliver. Oh, you're trying to do the smiley. Oh, okay. I did think that was a very odd face that you've done there. I was like, is that a smiley, like the cat face with a mustache? Fair? Isn't that fair? I guess. I just use fair too much. I guess if I were to think about what my problem is with it, it feels lazy. It feels like I'm not giving enough thought into my response. I mean, and I guess it really is that I am not giving that much thought into the response. It's like, yeah, that's... like, saying fair is like saying something like, I acknowledge the sentence that you've just said, but I don't really have anything to contribute to it, so I'm just gonna say fair and then move on. But I don't want to get too lazy with my thoughts. That's how you get stupid. Nah, maybe it's too late. Maybe we're already stupid. I should lean completely into the simplicity. I should lean completely into the simplicity of my sentences and thoughts. I'll just say I'll speak in fair. I'll respond fair to anything. No, I'm joking. This looks so amazing. Thank you. Fair is like, yeah. But this is lazy to me. Like, if I were to do it, I guess I just feel bad about it. It feels like I'm not. It's, I don't know. There's some lack of respect in it that I feel when I say it, I guess. Like, I don't feel this way to other people. I guess I'm giving myself a special exception, which is kind of narcissistic, don't you think? But maybe I shouldn't do that, but I can't particularly help it. Feels like I could muster at least a little bit of a better greeting, or a better response. Yeah. Never too late to turn around to recover. You're content with what to me would be eating gravel, but the idea which led to it of choosing food based on nutrition and general health is the same as mine. Yeah, I don't know. Am I choosing? It's more so like I really could just eat something. Like the oatmeal that I do eat is oatmeal that has been like there's stuff in it, right? There's a bunch of there's like spices, cinnamon, there's essence, as in like there's like the like extracts that you can get, like almond extract or whatever, vanilla. There's obviously sugar, there's salt, there's all these different things in it, cinnamon, nutmeg, sometimes a little bit of cloves. There are, it's like it tastes good, but I'm also the type that I totally could just eat I've eaten protein powder. I've just eaten straight up protein powder with no water. I really don't care about the texture of things. It might not be the most pleasant, but I'm not. It's like, just for the purposes of nutrition, I don't need it to taste good. I just need it to be. I need it to keep me going. I need it to be fuel for my body. I don't really need it to be fuel for my taste buds. It stems from my laziness, I think. There's like I don't care about food that much, I guess, is probably the thing. In the end, I guess, it's not like I chose to not care about food. I just happen to be the type of person that doesn't care about food. The rest of my family loves food. My brother is a food, he's a food eater. The guy loves food. I don't. I think it's laziness. I'm bad at multitasking, so I guess my preferences are kind of based on that as well. I only like a few things, and I can focus on a couple things at a time, but I'm not going to multitask a bunch of desires at the same time, because I just find it to be not fun. Or I just find I'm lazy. It's too much work. And then, like with your alternative plans to going into psychology or into IT, had you not been an artist, are similar conclusions, but coming from entirely opposite directions. Thanks you that you didn't eat pure creatine without water. I don't think I've ever had... Well, yeah, I've never had just, like, creatine. Although, if creatine is just, like, if creatine is just an ingredient in protein powder or whatever, then, yeah, I guess I've had that. I'm too lazy to eat food. Yes, basically. We're both lazy in similar yet opposite ways. Yeah, your laziness seems a little bit more hyperactive than mine. It seems like you're more like a commitment type of laziness. Whereas I'm more like a general type of laziness. It's simply like I'm lazy, and it's just easier for me to stick to one thing. But I don't know. It seems like it's less about your laziness and more about the fact that you get bored of things. I think it's in line with being lazy if you get bored of things. I just don't tend to get bored of things. I find it a skill issue on my part if I get bored of something. I didn't try hard enough to make it fun, I guess. Eventually I'll probably get bored of drawing at some point, but it'll be a long time. Give it 10 years, maybe I'll get bored. Acknowledging it is the first step to improve. Try adding some jam on the side of the of the oatmeal or the protein powder. I will just eat straight up plain bread. Which it doesn't taste bad actually. Plain bread is not the worst tasting thing actually. Jam, that's true. Jam does make everything taste better. I'm sure the protein powder, the raw powdery, it's not the most. I think it's more about the texture, right? It's like your mouth becomes dry because the powder is covering everything, and your mouth is wet, so it sticks to. It's just not that pleasant to eat. I will still eat it though. Rye bread is so good. I don't know if I've had rye bread, at least not recently. I'm sure one time, when I was younger, I've had bread. Is it like more rough on the texture, more grainy? Because I'm sure I've had some sort of bread like that. I remember the name. I've had bread that was not soft, and I've had softer bread. Yeah, I like this face more. I didn't like the cross-eyed. Look. It's souring to point these out with human words instead of telepathy, but I think you get the point. Same conclusions coming from opposite. Yeah. Honestly, it kind of just feels like it doesn't really feel like I've made that much choices when it comes to the reason why I am the way that I am. It just feels like it made sense for my environment for me to be who I am. So I am that way. It's probably like the way that I am right now is most likely a bunch of tiny things that's built up over time. Like I didn't really want to be seen as spoiled, I guess, when I was a child, and so I never really asked for much things. I really tried not to ask for things. I did ask for things occasionally, but I asked for them, like, over long periods of time, to where it couldn't possibly be seen as me, like, asking for, like, a lot, I guess. Or maybe I'm misremembering, you know, maybe I was a serial asker of things. But because of this want to not ask for things, I also, like, when I used to play the PS3, my controllers used to break, like, PS3 controllers, or was it PS4? I don't know. They used to get, like stick drift or whatever, or a button might get, like, jammed for whatever reason. And even though it was unpleasant to play with, or it might make my gameplay worse, I never really, I used the controller until it truly became unusable. Like, until the stick drift, like, stopped being stick drift and just being, the stick is just going in the left direction and it's not changing anymore. And I guess I became tolerant of that type of thing. So I guess that maybe that mindset probably evolved into my lack of trying to get things. I don't know. I'm just trying to illustrate the point that it's probably like a bunch of why am I on the line art layer? Is this also on the line art layer? Nothing? Okay, cool. I'm quite sure that our environments, the places we came from, how we grew up, were also literally opposites, or literal opposites. Yeah, probably. Danish rye bread is the best, with some butter and long-aged cheese. Danish rye bread. Yep, I've certainly never had Danish rye bread, though. Maybe one day I'll try it. But, you know, with my eating habits, I'm I'm not too hopeful that one day I'll try it. Very cute expression. Thank you. Yeah, I do like this one. I think I'm gonna make the mouth less M-shape and more wobbly, though. I was going for a more unique face, like, mouth shape than I normally do, but I think I might like it the more common way. Hello, Yotsugi. How's your day going? I come from the frigid north, where food is for survival, hardiness, and hard work. Food is for survival, hardiness, and hard work. Yeah. And yet from the things you talked about your childhood, I can infer that we ended up with the same result due to opposite reasons. Perhaps the same result? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I grew up mostly alone. I grew up... It's not... Yeah, I mean, I had friends, but none in, like, close proximity. So most of my friends were online. I didn't have a mic. I was not really allowed to have a mic. And I didn't really use the messaging system that much when it came to... like, PS3 or anything. The most... I think in Little Big Planet there was this messaging system that was built into the game itself, so that was like the only way I was able to to talk. But offline, yeah, I don't know. I just learned to do things by myself. In fact, it's only last year really that I started to have a bigger online presence because I just got into YouTube and stuff. And after I got into YouTube, I guess I made a Discord because people wanted me to make a Discord, so I ended up talking with more people there. But before that, I very much had a lackluster online presence. When it comes to me getting a lot of memes for stuff, I'm pretty bad at it because I was relatively separated from the online discourse happening. Can I finally draw here? Okay, what is this then? This part of the clothes? What the heck is wrong with you? Crap, one of us is the other's evil doppelganger. It may be you. I think I'm too lazy to be evil. Yeah, I guess a lot of my thoughts about stuff is based around making things last. I very much value things that last a long time, things that are sustainable. I hate things that are not sustainable, and I guess by hate I just mean I avoid them. Anything that seems like that'll burn out quickly or whatever, I don't tend to engage with. Things that are temporary are just not that appealing to me. And of course, I think everything is temporary, but in that case, I value the things that are less temporary are things that I value more. Same conclusions, but if you describe your reasons, I'm sure for that conclusion is, I don't know. What's my reason? Like, I think that my desire to have things not be temporary, it seems relatively baseline. Like, it's probably because when I was a child, there's so many different things that just fade away after, like, over time. It could be, like, friends online as a kid, they just disappear. Because you don't have any way to contact them. It's not like you have their contact information. So I'm sure probably the effect of people being temporary and disappearing, not having a clear way to get in contact with them, seems to devalue. Like, you just start to prefer things that are more for sure. I was a bigger fan of offline games than online games after a while, because at the very least I can depend on myself to stay. It makes it seem sad. I'm not saying, like, it's not like I was, like, super hurt by it. It's just, like, there's no fun in having no consistency, I guess. Things that are consistent are good. I can rely on myself consistently to, like, allow myself to have a good time. Yeah, I don't know. But I don't know, I guess that's the reason, but it's not like I've actually went through this reasoning. I think it's just something that's happened naturally. I didn't sit down one day and, like, think through my philosophy. It just happened to me. Like, if I were to guess my reasoning, that's probably why, but I don't know why I am exactly the way I am. I'm just giving my best guess. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of online games that I just don't get into. Why? Because they're, like... How many games that are online have like, closed down over time? Like, people loved Halo, right? But but the Halo servers, the old ones, they're gone. They're offline. Like, the people can't really access the things that they once loved. It's only trapped in nostalgia. My favorite game was Little Big Planet. Can't play that anymore. The servers closed down. Servers closed down. They moved on to PS. Well, it was Little Big Planet 2, which is only on PS3. Little Big Planet 3 is on PS4, so everyone kind of jumped ship. And the people who stayed on Little Big Planet 3, I mean Little Big Planet 2, well, the servers closed down anyways, so it didn't really matter. Things that are run by other people are temporary. And I don't want to depend on it. Because what's the point? It's like investing in things. You don't want to invest in something. I think it's as simple as, like, you don't want to invest in something that's temporary. I don't find any value in things that are temporary. Not that much. Like, I think a story is kind of a story is like a type of thing that is more eternal than, like, a game or something. At least an online game. Stories kind of stay with you because they're stored in your brain after you've read it, I guess. At least the feelings are stored in your brain. But if a thing only has value when it's, like, constantly being played or something, then I don't know. You know of Time Splitters? I don't know of Time Splitters. What is Time Splitters? Midway explaining, the reason is already opposite. Though I guess I'm also quite hypocritical here, because even though I strive for long-term stuff, I still enjoy very much the fleeting things. Yeah, like... yeah, I find it absolutely impossible for me to get into things that are not... things that are more temporary than others. Why not? Life is temporary. If we value everything in their time lasting, don't we lose the moment? No. Okay, so, like, I think that, like, experience is something that's eternal, right? So even though, like, me going somewhere with, like, my family or going somewhere with, like, a friend, yes, the time we spend in that place is probably going to be temporary, but it's more like the time with that person is going to... The time spent with a person is probably going to live on far past the actual experience itself. So it's also probably the reason that I feel the way that I do about a lot of things is also it's the fact that the friends that I had as well were also temporary. Past the game existing, I like. I wonder what's the best way to phrase it. It's like, so it's not that I don't value things that are temporary. Like, I'm temporary, but it's not like I don't value myself. One day I'll stop existing. I mean, but to be fair, to myself, like to the person experiencing their own life, they're kind of eternal. Because once you stop existing, I mean... Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to... But the feeling I get is people are kind of eternal in their own experience, because your experience of yourself never really stops. The moment you die, given that there's no afterlife, you'll never get to experience not experiencing something, so your experience kind of feels eternal in that way, I guess is what I was trying to say. Nice covering coat. True. Time Splitters is an action FPS. Hello, Dam. How's your day going? My day's going well. She looks like she has ADHD. It's an action FPS story game about a dude who uses time wormholes and loops to solve problems. Think, Resident Evil, but way too silly. I assume that's Resident Evil. A lot of smears I see. Yes. She's freaking out, or at least trying to get out of the situation that she's in. I don't like things that without you wanting it to be removed, it is removed anyways, right? So it's kind of like, imagine you were enjoying... The amount of times that I've been playing a game and the save file has been corrupted and I've lost, like, years of progress is wild. Right? So it's like I used to have like Minecraft worlds where I spent a long time building them. And as a child, like I guess I wasn't really thinking about like backups or whatever. And so like nowadays, yes, I probably would have backups for something that I find to be super important. But as a child, I didn't have that. So or at least I don't think I had the means to get it. And I hated asking for things. I didn't have any money as a child, so I for sure didn't ask for like I didn't ask for a way to save progress because I just didn't ask for things. So the amount of times that things have just been erased or deleted or corrupted, it's like at a certain point I'm kind of bored. Like I'm bored of it or I'm tired of it. Because it's not something where it didn't reach a satisfying conclusion, if that makes sense. It's one thing if you read a story and then the story ends and then it's like, okay, yes, the story was temporary, but at least there was like a satisfactory ending to it. When it comes to things when it comes to things that end halfway, it's like, I don't know, is there even any point in starting it in the first place if it never even got to finish? And for online things, that is like imagine you're like an artist and you're collecting a bunch of references for like years and years and years, and you're storing it on this online service. And then one day the service goes bankrupt or whatever, and so they have to close it down, and they close it down like immediately. You don't have time to like, but there's no satisfying ending for that. It's just like something good happened or something good was happening, and then it ends, and now you're not able to really engage with it anymore. There's no time to do anything, I guess, is the idea. Yeah, our views on our mortality are also completely opposite, but if I remember correctly, we did come from the same logical starting point. What? I don't know what I live for, but to live, enjoy, help, and spread love and joy. I see my mission in life to inspire and aid, to make a positive impact on the world. I think that's fair. And I think that's fair is an actual fair. It's a fair. I actually mean it when I say that's fair. Yeah, I don't want to be immortal because I'm gonna get bored eventually. I think I'm really good at not getting bored, but I think infinity is so large that it, like... Imagine living for 1 billion years, doing all the things you wanted to do. I think there's finite things that you can do in the world. I don't think there is literally infinite possibilities when it comes to existence. I think that the universe has the universe has rules, and within the rules there is a finite amount of actions you can take. There's a finite amount of combinations to the universe that you can configure things in, if that makes sense. Eventually, you're gonna run out of configurations to put the universe in. And so eventually you're going to get bored. Unless for whatever reason you're just really good at forgetting. But also, I don't really want to forget things. I think memories are what make a person up. So by forgetting things, I feel like the immortality would be useless because I'm kind of dying already. The person who I was would die with my memories being forgotten. You value your time and you want to see it be used for something real. Yeah, essentially. I feel like art is something real. Even if all my artworks, artworks that I'm working on right now were to be deleted, I still have the experience and skills, I guess, that I've acquired over time to be able to make art for the future. There's a reason I don't use like blending modes when it comes to my art. I try not to use multiply. I try not to use all these fancy stuff because I want my skill levels, my skill level in art to be able to be transferred between digital and traditional and like maybe sculpting at some point, right? I want it to be as versatile and permanent as possible. I don't want to just rely on digital stuff, even though I do like digital, but I want to keep the skills there. If I were to put all my eggs into the basket of digital art, I don't know if I'd actually... I don't know. I think I'd be less likely to put so much stock into it, I guess. I wonder how likely it is for two people to have this opposite slash same reasoning conclusion to so consistently. Generally, I can share the same reasoning and conclusion about some things with others. I mean, the world is big. I'm sure the world is big, and usually people who have similar reasoning, like modes of reasoning, tend to like be in the same spaces, I guess. So I think it is true that it's more likely for two people. Yeah, I mean, it's probably because we have the same reasoning that we're in the same spaces to be able to interact, to be able to say that we have the same reasoning in the first place, I guess, would be my idea of it. But I don't know. I don't think I'm super unique, though, I guess. As in, like, I think that if I think... maybe it's like me devaluing or making my viewpoints more, like, less unique, but I don't think they are that unique. I think it's going to be very rare that there's a human being on Earth that is so unique that not another person shares their beliefs. So, and I don't think I'm like even one of the, I don't think I'm like a super rare case. I think I'm probably relatively common. So I expect at least some people to like share my similar thought process. And I have seen some people share my similar thought process, so. I remember when I was young and played mobile games and had to very often restart. Henceforth, I like collecting miniatures. It is a physical manifestation of my passion and time. It has also brought me many great friends. Hence the time spent is so much more. Oh, no, hence the time spent is no more just my time spent, but also time shared and the friends I... Yeah, there is definitely, it's like a crystallization of the thing, of your time. It's not something that disappears with the servers, with the online servers. It's something that you actually carry with you. I mean, in any case, like, miniatures are physical. They can't just be destroyed, unless it's like I don't know, like an unfortunate situation, like a house fire or like a natural disaster or whatever. Something where you have to abandon the thing. It's far more permanent. Like, I would be more likely to collect like sculptures or figures than I would be to collect online artworks or something like that. I guess. Flat as a cutting board. Yep. Not even a mountain goat could climb up her chest. I enjoy the very traditional look to your art. Oh, I enjoy the very traditional look your art has even after moving to digital. Thank you. Does it kind of look like that? I never really thought about it looking like traditional, but maybe it does actually. Like, or has a vibe to it, I guess. Maybe it's like the techniques I'm using, like the kind of hatching sort of, or lines that I make. It probably has to do with the lines, I guess. We have the same reasoning when we arrive at opposite conclusions, and reasoning when we arrive at the same. Yeah, I mean, maybe. You could probably have like similar reasoning, but have different preferences. I think that's probably what it is. I mean, I think that's obviously what it is. Your preferences is something you don't get to choose, but your reasoning is something that's a little bit more grounded in logic rather than preferences. So it's kind of like your preferences are the filter that your reasoning goes through. We simply have different filters, I guess. The same artwork, but different filters put over it, so it looks different. It just looks a bit more organic, I guess, than most of the digital art I've seen. I do try and keep my art... Maybe you're talking about, like, the roughness to it. There's less of a polish, that's for sure. I don't want it to look, like, super glossy. I want it to be... I want it to have some grit to it. I think that's the wrong way for the lighting to be. I want the lighting to be this way. You're back? Welcome back, Virus. I spent, like, many in my field I've spent like many in my field, thousands of hours. But yeah, that's a long time to spend on anything actually. But to be fair, I guess I have seen those people where like they play games and they they have like thousands of hours in like put into the game. So I guess that's just how it is with hobbies in general. That's good though. That means you're spending your life doing the thing that you actually enjoy. Better than spending thousands of hours in something that you're not even certain will, like, you're not even certain that you like, I guess. What's your Discord, by the way? Well, it's in it's in the description of the stream. My actual Discord account, like my Discord what? My Discord handle is Art of Singularity, I believe. Like, yeah, Art of Singularity. No spaces, obviously. I don't think you can have spaces. But I technically have two Discords. I have a Discord that is connected to the Pixif, and then I have a Discord that's connected to to the channel. So the main Discord is in the description of the stream. And if you want to find the other Discord, you'd have to go through the Pixif and look through the recent posts that I've done, and it's in the link in the description. But I don't really know which one you're talking about. What do you mean, like, by my Discord? What is your Discord? Well, yeah, anyways, my Discord handle right now is Art of Singularity. I'm gonna chill here, because playing Minecraft mods with someone and they keep dying, so I'm just waiting on them to get to me. Alright. Hopefully they make it. But why must my preferences decide outside of my control? Why can't I be the master of what I like / enjoy? Okay, well, I don't think it logically makes sense, right? Like, so, because, like, the things that you, like, okay, let me see. The things that are inside of your control are inside of your control because you want to control them, right? So, I do think you have some control over, like, your preferences going forward, kind of. I don't think you can control your base preferences. Okay. Basically, to explain it, I think to choose something, you need to have a preference. Like, whether you like vanilla or chocolate, you need to have a preference. To choose whether you like vanilla or chocolate, you need to have a preference. Like, to choose things, you need preferences. So, at some point in your life, you didn't get to choose something, because to choose something would mean you had to have a preference before that. I don't think it's possible for, like, you to have I don't think you can infinitely, like, go backwards. I don't think there could be turtles all the way down. There must be something at the bottom of it. And I'm pretty sure that's your environment, and that's the way that your brain develops, and it's the way that your brain interfaces with your environment as you develop. I think that's what gives birth to your preferences. I think after a certain point, your base, like, you could prefer to try to, like, shape your future preferences. But I think that it's kind of something, I don't really think it's a choice, if that makes sense. You know? Because I feel like your preferences are kind of like a chain reaction. You had one preference, and then, like, you had one preference, and then you interacted with your environment, and then based on your previous preference, it gives birth to, like, something else that you feel, and then, you know, it's kind of like, it's just a chain reaction of these preferences building on each other. But you don't really get to choose... You don't really get to choose the start, and so it feels a little bit less likely that you truly get to choose the end point, right? If that makes sense. Like, I didn't necessarily choose to not like chocolate as much as vanilla. It's just something that happened. It happened, like, and I would guess that it probably happened because at some point I ate, like, a chocolate cake and it was, like, super bitter, or, like, I ate something that was chocolate and it was bitter at one point, and so that shaped, like, the way that I think about chocolate. And so now going forward, I, like, just don't really like chocolate as much as vanilla. But, like, I didn't choose the fact that I don't like, some people like bitter foods and some people don't. Or, like, some people like sour and some people don't. And, like, what is the reason that made them not like sour or whatever? It kind of just, it just happens that it ended up that way. because of their environment and because of the way that their brain developed. And I think it's probably based on also like your genes to some degree. Like your genes kind of do decide like some parts of you. I'm assuming it has some it has like some effect on your base preferences and the ways that like how your brain is like weighted to like behave in some ways. I'm not saying it's like absolutely defined, and I'm not saying that I don't believe that like a family could have like a certain personality trait that like gets passed on, but I am saying that it is kind of like it's probably like randomized based on the way like how your parents' genes like combine that like your code, or you know what I'm saying basically your presets are going to be randomized, and your presets are weighted in a way that make you behave in a certain way or react to things in a certain way, I guess. Critter attempting to scamper away. Yes. Hello, Fire. How's your day going? Fire Emblem is trash. Damn. I mean, I don't know about Fire Emblem, but yeah. Who is this octopus you're drawing? Queen Draco from Fate Grand Order. Yeah, I guess in a simpler way to put it, I think the way that you react to things are kind of ingrained in you at like as a baby, and the way that you react to things gives the way that you react to things and the way that your environment reacts to you, it trains your brain to have preferences. And I don't think you get to really choose as a baby how you react to things, and I think that your developmental stages are very important to how you end up as an adult. So I just think that preferences give birth to other preferences, but you don't really get to choose how, because you don't get to choose the start. Hello. Hello, Adelaide. How's your day going? I think that's your name. Nature and nurture, essentially. But whether you're being whether it is nature or nurture, the person who is being like nurtured or affected by nature isn't really in control. Not in control of your nature, and not in control of the way that you're nurtured. And the people who are nurturing them were not really in control of the ways, you know, that they... It's... Yeah, that's... Anyways. Socrates versus Skeleton on convo right now. Unfortunately... Oh, it's chocolate. Making chocolate from scratch to feed an addiction. What? And maybe it could be another way. Maybe that's not actually how people work. Maybe they... It doesn't really make sense to choose something without already preferring one of the choices, right? That's like what that's what my entire standpoint is. Whether it's nature or nurture or both of them, you don't get to choose them. Don't forget it's long. If it's a long video, I don't know how likely I am to... It's 35 minutes, it's not that long, but maybe I'll watch it. If I remember, I'll start watching at the very least. That video popped up on my recommended page, I just never actually ended up watching it. Need y'all to dial down the high IQ speed. I don't think it's that high IQ. I think I'm just bad at speaking. So even like simple ideas get muddled and get confusing. Just finished the Hellsing. Nice. Finished watching Hellsing. I hope you enjoyed it. I never watched it. At least I haven't caught up on it. I think I watched one episode. But yeah. The only way I'd be convinced of someone... convinced of like someone being able to choose, like ultimately it's kind of my position on free will. I think that if we're considering free will just doing what, like if free will is having absolute control over the way how you interact with the world, I don't think you do, because I don't think you have absolute control over yourself, right? I think people simply do what's at the highest point of their preferences. Like a person who prefers vanilla absolutely over chocolate will always pick vanilla. But as sentient creatures, we can learn to understand, act, change, and influence our surroundings. Yes, but you don't really get to choose how, right? So, like, the reason how you. It's kind of like a person who wants to make the world a better place didn't necessarily choose to want them to make the world a better place. It just happens that either the person was naturally empathetic, so like maybe the person had something bad happen to them, and then they're like, I never want, and then they're empathetic, so they're like, I never want someone else to ever go through what I've experienced. So therefore, I will try to make the world a better place, so that people don't have to go through the things that I've gone through. Or, right? So like, or you could be like the opposite or whatever, and you can be like, I went through something horrible. Because I went through something horrible, I don't feel like other people deserve to like have good things happen to them, right? And I'm not sure if people get to like choose the way that they react to it, because at some deep, like at the deepest level, it feels like something that was kind of the preferences feel like things that happen to people rather than things that people choose. And to even want to shape your preferences is a preference in and of itself. to have the want to try to better yourself. Sorry. To have the want to try to better yourself is kind of a want, and you don't get to choose wants. It just happens. Somehow, some way, I don't know. That's how I feel at the very least. Like, I would like people to be happy, but I didn't really get to choose to want people to be happy. Like me, I always pick vanilla. I will always pick vanilla also. I think that sometimes chocolate cakes can taste good, but it needs a milder chocolate flavor. If the chocolate's too overpowering, I don't really like it. Hello, Log. How's your day going? Hello, Chew. How's your day going? How's it going? Yeah, hello, Chew. Going good. Yeah, cute Draco. Isn't she? Stubborn. Yeah, I don't think not all stubborn people are low IQ. To be honest, I didn't actually read the conversation. I guess if someone's... I didn't read this message. If someone's low IQ, then sure, they wouldn't be able to listen to the points of someone with the reverse ideas. I don't know. I'm not too sure. The reason for my passion to make the world a better place isn't through horrific events happening to you. It's that I've learned that I am fortunate and I have the love and security of my surroundings. Yeah, like, I was giving an example. I don't think it necessarily has to be. It could also be that someone, like, it could be that you're empathetic in the other way. Like, as in, like, nothing bad has happened to you. Good things, or rather, like, you've had a relatively, like, good life. You're empathetic to the fact that some people don't have a good life, right? You can have the empathy for other people in that way. And then you would want to make people experience the same, like, goodness in life that you've experienced. But to have empathy in the first place, I don't know how much you get to choose that. Like, I think obviously being empathetic is good, but how do you make someone empathetic? Like, I don't think I chose to have empathy. It's more so it happens that I think it's good when other people are, like, having a good time. I think that people who are making people not have a good time are, like, unpleasant. But I don't know if I really chose that. It just seems to happen to me. I have the love and security of my surroundings and the guarantee to be what I want. And when I saw the horrors and injustices in the world, I could not but feel indebted to use my position of fortune to make others' life near mine. Yeah, to make them like have a better life too. Only 2 days of exams left, and I'm free from high school. Nice. You're almost in the real world. It usually doesn't get better. I'm joking. You could, yeah. Congratulations on almost making it to your graduation or something like that. We're getting into such deep topics, and I'm over here drawing anime girls. Don't worry, I too am drawing anime girls. I also just like philosophy. At the very least, I like the thoughts of other people. People have some neat thoughts in there. I like both chocolate. I like both chocolate and vanilla. Both can be tasty and both can be good. Yes, I've had both. It's just like I've had more good vanilla cakes or vanilla pastries or whatever than chocolate pastries. So I'm kind of just more biased towards vanilla because I have a better track record with it. Also, hello Master, how's your day going? I was happy and alone in a drunken hour, but heaven knows I'm miserable. Now I was looking for a job, and I found a job, and heaven knows I'm miserable now. Oof. I don't know. I understand what you're saying. I don't think there's a such thing as like a life that is too good. Because I think that it almost feels like, and like I'm speaking from my position, if I had and I do have like I have a relatively good life compared to like all the terrible things that happen in the world. I think it'd almost be a disservice to the people who don't have a super good life to be like it's almost like a duty of mine to at least appreciate the things that I have. I don't want to How much do I believe that? But in a sense, I feel like it would be a little bit, just a slight bit, a disservice to the other people who are having like worse lives than me to not appreciate it if I were thinking about it in that way. Like, I think that everyone should have like a relatively good standard of living. I also don't think that because I don't think that gives me a reason to I don't think that gives me like a reason to loathe, or not loathe, but to not like the fact that I'm having like a relatively decent life, I guess. I understand with American chocolate, but I like fruit more. Yeah, fair. Oh, it's a song. I see. The song that you're talking about. The Tobler singing. Alrighty. Back to this. Okay, like, so I guess the way that I'm kind of thinking about it is I don't think it does anyone any good for me to make my life, or like for me to not devalue, but I don't think it does anyone any good for me to not enjoy the decent life that I have. like I can both acknowledge that people, like, there's terrible things that are happening to people out there, but also I don't think that me not liking my life as much as I could be helps those people. I think like if I'm in the position to help someone, I think I should. So long as it's not like a sacrificial thing, you know? I don't think let me see. I wouldn't want the people that I like to sacrifice themselves for me. Therefore, I don't think it would be fair to them to sacrifice myself, at least completely, for me. I think like there's an amount of sacrifice that is acceptable, but then there's an amount, like an absolute sacrifice that I don't think I would like. Of course, like whether it's like life or death is something that's different. Of course, I think I would probably sacrifice myself for the people I care about in that way. But I don't think that there's a certain level where I think there's a certain level of selfishness, at least, and this is not the same thing, right? You're talking about, like, me and you are right now, I'm talking about something completely different. But there is a certain level of selfishness to try to, like, make smaller sacrifices for another person, as long as, like, they don't want me to do that. If that makes sense? Whatever. I'm yapping. How do we get on this conversation? I think the conversation was kind of about people choosing to... It's more like people making choices. It's kind of like it's sort of like a free will conversation, but kinda? Like, it stemmed from that. Like, I was saying something about, I don't think people get to choose the preferences that they have. I think it's something that happens to them based on their environment and the way that their brain, like, reacts to things. And I made a comparison based... I was, like, saying that I think a person who has had something bad happen to them, if they're empathetic, would not want, like, that bad thing to happen to other people. And so it might be, like, it might be a goal of theirs to make the world a better place because they're empathetic. And then... Would you make a clap for 10 seconds to cure cancer? Perhaps. 10 seconds is a long time. I haven't the skills. Sacrifice vanilla or chocolate? Oh, so chocolate has to go. I'm so sorry. And then stop motion was talking... was, like... brought it to... Stop motion was talking about, like, the motivation that they have for wanting the world to be a better place. But ultimately, I was just saying that I don't think people necessarily, like, get to choose the reasons why they want something. They don't really get to choose their preferences, is essentially. That's just it. You don't get to choose your wants. Because to even choose a want means that you wanted to choose one of them or the other, right? And I don't think people can just... I don't think it can be turtles all the way down. I don't think you can have preferences, like infinite preferences. I think there must be at least one preference, at least, that you didn't get to choose. And then from that first preference is what you base all the rest of your decisions off of, right? And so it kind of feels like you don't really get to choose what you want. Sorry if I derailed this conversation. No, I don't think so. It's the same thing. I love life. I love life, people, because of their uniqueness. And I believe all life would never want... I believe all life would never want to hurt someone else. Hence, I trust 99% of people. I don't think that's true. Like, so... Because there just are people who just want to cause pain to other people. I have the general, like, I think people in general, human beings, are kind of, they're leaning, like, I think people are more weighted to be empathetic than not, because I think it's probably like something that's built into our, built into ourselves for the most part. I think communities and stuff are very important to human beings. I think without communities, I don't think people would get that far in terms of like survival. So I think it is the case that people are tuned to be more like, to be relatively like good to each other. But I also think it depends on their culture. It probably also depends on it depends on what they consider to be their tribe. Some people don't actually consider all of humanity to be part of like their tribe. And people who are not people who are not part of your tribe are usually seen as like that's the way that people like commit great like acts of like violence on each other. It's because they dehumanize each other. People who are your enemies are not worthy of kindness, is like the idea that people have a lot of the time. Because enemies are enemies, you don't need to, or because there is like a group of humans, or there are some people that you don't like, they're less deserving of kindness than others. And because I know that that is the way that some people think, I'm not the most trustworthy. Like, I think I'm relatively neutral when it comes to trusting people. I don't tend to believe all the things I hear. Like, I don't really believe much on the internet. I'm easier, you know, it's like the common thing. Actions are easier to believe than words. Actions speak louder than words, so. If someone constantly is, like, doing what they say, or doing what they say they believe, if their beliefs and what they do are in line, then I can believe that person. But as long as I don't get the other half of the equation, if I only get a person's words, I'm not really going to believe them until they prove that what they say is actually what they do, I guess. There's a saying I like. Not going to try that. It just means good things take time. True. People hurting others is because they believe it will aid others. I don't think so. Okay, so I think the reason why people hurt other people is because they simply think it will benefit them. Whether resources, whether like personal, it just like it'll satisfy them personally, like their emotions. I think people help each other for the same reason that people hurt each other, and that's just because they think it's like beneficial to them, I guess. Because it satisfies them in some way, or in some way, shape, or form. People will do what satisfies them. I think that's really it. If it happens that in someone's mind, hurting another person satisfies them for one reason or another, right? It might be that that person has something that they want, and so they'll hurt the person for that. It might be that for whatever reason, I don't know, but like hurting the person gives them like satisfaction, then they'll do it for that reason. It might be because they think that that person is like bad for the world, like bad for existing. So hurting that person will bring them satisfaction because they're making the world a better place because that person is gone, right? But in the end, it's like people hurt other people just for this because it satisfies them in some way. And I think like in the end, that's really all, that's what people are. People do things that satisfy them. I mean, like any other animal, basically. It just happens that human beings have a little bit of, like, compared to, like, a lot of other animals, they have more complex brains, so people can reason through the reasons why. They can give deeper reasons to why they want to do something. But in the end, it's really just because, it just seems like it's because it satisfies them in the end. And whatever satisfies a person is, I mean, we're just going back to the preferences thing. I think it kind of just happens to be what your environment tells you to do. Maybe like it depends on your brain chemistry. Yeah. I think I have a condition where I can't lie or I'd feel immense guilt. Um, I think, I mean, maybe. That could just be a strong sense of justice or whatever. Or morality. I don't think that having, like, strong morals is, like, necessarily a condition. I hate humanity. I don't actually hate humanity. I don't hate humanity because I don't hate animals. I also don't really like. I too am a human being. I don't hate myself. Or wait, sorry, I'm a crab. You're right. Sorry. Me when I lie. It makes me overshare sometimes. It was bad. I guess, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I don't think telling the truth all the time is, like... Or rather, I don't think sharing, like, speaking your mind is, like, necessarily good in every situation. I hate humanity because I'm a plant. That's a very high-functioning plant if you're on the internet. Hello, by the way, music. Hopefully your day's going well. It only saddens me when I see hurt, for I know that someone chose to do that and cause it, and I wonder if they ever thought their action would do. I'm actually working on a story about where a compassionate leader slowly becomes forced to be cruel and stop seeing their people as humans and numbers to save more people. Oh, like a utilitarian. To be fair, I do think that Maxi's statement of hating humanity it's logically sound, as in, like, I don't think there's any real contradictions here. Also, hello, Arya. Arhi? I'll call you Buyer. I think Buyer is probably just the better way to say it. It's easier. Buyer. Actually, maybe you're right, Tobler. Maybe that is something like OCD, or like something like that. But yeah, I mean, so, like, to me, hating humanity would be like hating a tornado for being a tornado. Like, yeah, tornadoes cause destruction, and tornadoes can make people's life worse, but in the end, a tornado kind of just does its nature. I think that it'd kind of be a little bit... It'd almost be hypocritical, I guess, of me. To hate another person for the same reason... Like, to hate another... It feels like I'd be hating someone... It's not that I don't think people do bad things, but I find it hard for me to hate, like, all of humanity. Because in the end, it just feels like people are doing what people do. I find it hard to hate things in general, to be fair. Like, I don't really hate snakes or spiders or or animals in general, because animals are just kind of doing whatever they're doing. I don't hate every human. I hate humanity and how it works. I mean, I, I can't hate how humanity works, I guess. I can't hate how humanity works because uh, if I hated how humanity works, I guess I would, like, following the law, I guess I would just not want humanity to be a thing, right? But I want humanity to be a thing, I guess. I think existing is, like, a relatively good thing, I suppose. Unless you think existence is, like, I don't know. I guess unless you think existence is, like, by default, like, a bad thing to be. It's bad to exist. I think hating humanity and how it works is like hating. It feels hypocritical to me if I were to do it, because the very nature of me hating humanity is also how humanity works, right? I I'm hating my it feel like I'm hating my hate for humanity. I'm hating the system by which I hate humanity with. It feels like it invalidates itself, right? I don't find that to be, it doesn't feel logically compelling to me, I guess. The very system by which I'm using to say that I hate humanity is also what I hate. Which makes it feel invalid, and if my hate for humanity is invalid, if humanity itself is invalid, the system that it operates by, then my hate for humanity is also invalid, because that's also the system that it operates by. So I guess if you can see what I'm saying. So it just doesn't really make sense for me to hate humanity, because I'd hate the very logic that I'm using to hate humanity. I guess. Well, I say with humanity, if we didn't have laws, it would be hell on earth. People do some real bad things, true. So I can still hate how humans are at a certain level. Like in the end, I think, like, the sentence, it eventually just becomes, I hate people who I hate. Which, like, yeah. Or I hate how some people can, like, hurt people. Which is, like, I mean, yeah. But I find it difficult to... I can both not... I don't like... I don't know. I don't know a good way to say it. Yes, well, goodbye, stop motion. Have a good rest of your night? Is it night? I don't know. Have a good rest of your existence. Hating is so exhausting, I just can't hate everything anymore. I mean, yeah. I'm happy you're not hating. Yeah, like, I think it's good to have, like, a sense of good or good and bad. I think it's good to, like, you know, have a system that you work by. So I think hate in that type of way, hate in the way that you use to, like, measure if you want something to be a certain way or not, that's good. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this sentence. I think it's more so the feeling that I get for when people do things bad is kind of the feeling that I get for when, like, an animal eats like a person or eats another animal. It's like I would like for that thing, that action, I would like for the harm caused to another person to not be the case. And I honestly would probably remove the person. Like, I think people should be in jail. But I find it difficult to, like, have an absolute No, that's not true. I do hate people. I think I for sure hate people. But it's like I hate people in the same way that like I would hate an animal for doing something bad. I guess, if you know what I'm saying. Maybe that's it. I think maybe it. I don't think I have that much difference between how I think of like if an alligator were to eat like my sibling or something like that, I think I'd hate the alligator, right? But in the end, it's like still an alligator. It's like, could it have done anything better? Probably not. It doesn't stop me from hating it, I guess. Name one person you hate. Huh. Huh, actually. I think me hating, I think it'd have to be, I think I more so, I can dislike people, but I think for me to hate someone, it'd have to be something close to me, if that makes sense. I find it difficult to have like a super strong emotional reaction. Perhaps I've burnt myself out of that type of thing. Um, is there anyone that I think I have the capacity to hate someone. I think that's more so what I'm trying to say. Yeah, actually, I don't think I can name. I can name people I dislike, but like so like when I say hate someone, I would have to like have an absolute visceral and burning reaction against that person, right? I think I find it difficult to have that type of thing. I'd have to. Can I hate someone for doing something wrong to me? Hmm. Or will I always, like, rationalize it as they couldn't do any better? I can't hate people. Well, no, I can hate people. I can hate people. I think it's. Let me see. I find it difficult to hate people, but that doesn't mean that I think that. I think some people are, like, invalid in the way that they go about living their lives. And so I would say that some people should be, like, removed from the presence of other people, right? I don't think people that want to like hurt other people should like be allowed to be with other people, if that makes sense. But I don't know how much I hate people. Don't bother yourself with hard strokes. I understand you even with my English slightly forgotten. I think most people in this chat don't even have this problem as I. Hmm. Yeah, but I'm sure I'm like kind of getting across what I'm trying to say. The emotional reaction of like visceral hate, of wanting someone to like to suffer like an infinite amount of pain. It would feel. I can't muster it. I can't really muster it. Maybe I'm just too lazy to hate people. Like, yeah, I might have things that I think are right and wrong, but people that break the things that I think are right and wrong, I don't necessarily hate. I just think that they should be like removed from removed from like the general populace. Hello, blindness, by the way. Easy to say until someone will break into your house. Yeah, like I'm saying, I think I have no clue, right? So I have no clue if I would hate that person. I think I would, like, I want to say that I would. I want to say that I would hate someone who, like, does me wrong or whatever. I can feel that a person is a chore, and I can feel like some person is like inconveniencing me. But unless I'm faced with that situation, I don't actually know how I'd react. You know, I have no idea if I'd be like, this person can't do any better, or if I'd genuinely be like, I hope you suffer the wrath of like burning for all eternity. I think like I can find people annoying. I can find a lot of people annoying. I think I'm very good at finding things annoying, but I'm very bad at hating things. I think annoyance at the moment is like what I find myself mostly feeling in place of hate. Like for instance, I'm annoyed at people who harass other people over like art and such. I find that to be annoying and perhaps like frustrating, but I don't really hate them. Like I'd want them to stop. But that's about it. Yeah, I never really thought about how to verbalize it, I guess. Ideologies are cool, but they don't last long. For some people. I think I've been relatively consistent with the way that I think, which I don't think is necessarily like a good thing. I think being able to change your perspective and change the way that you feel about things. Basically, I think that being open to different things and change is good. But at the moment, I haven't been faced with something that like makes me seriously like go completely in a 180. It makes me want to think about how to explain myself better. Because I don't necessarily feel like I don't feel like I'm feeling wrong. Like I don't think my feelings are wrong. I just don't think I have the proper way to like say it. Goodbye, Tobler. Or maybe I've already said it properly and I'm just trying to like beat a dead horse essentially. By the way, where does that phrase come from? Goodbye, Buttercut. Have a good rest. What am I doing here? Why am I making this so detailed? This was not supposed to be a super high detailed drawing. Let's make it simpler. Well, I think for this it makes sense for it to be more detailed, but for this massive thing right here, I don't think it makes sense for it to be super detailed. That phrase comes from... yeah, he's loading up with being a dead horse. That man loves his horses. That's the wrong way. I was shading the wrong way. Persona 4 Revival OST is so good. Never heard of it. I don't think so. Or maybe I have. But yeah, Persona has some nice songs. Time for some Twitter browsing. Bruh. I think I literally saw that image right there. I saw that today. it's melee. I've been wanting to finish that Abigail drawing that I started again, but never got to it. I think it's on this page. Yeah, it is on that page. Why is this 20 megabytes? Perhaps it was a PNG or something? It's quite the big image. I couldn't type it since I was in a game, but yeah, I think you can't really hate something because you're just too lazy. I think something would have to really inconvenience you to have a reaction. Maybe. No, like, I think the most I can feel for, like, inconvenience, I think, hey, it'd have to be more than an inconvenience. It'd have to be like a serious, I think it'd have to be like a serious moral problem. Like, it'd have to inconvenience me plus be like, and by inconvenience me, I mean like it'd have to wrong me in some way, plus be like morally reprehensible, essentially. It has to be like both those things at the same time for me to like have the chance of hating someone, I think. Yeah. Like, I also just don't think it's that helpful to, like, a lot of the time, getting super angry at something it's kind of a waste. I think it might be useful. I don't know. Like, I think the feeling of, like, negative feelings are good for being a compass in the world. But past a certain point, it seems useless, right? Like, it doesn't do anyone any good for me to be angry at, like, people, like, yapping on the internet or harassing people on the internet. It doesn't really help anyone if the only thing that's happening is me feeling a type of way, right? And so I might be, like, I think it's, like, both an active thing and a passive thing. I think I'm, like, even in cases where I might feel a little bit stronger, like, at a certain point, it's like, okay, I ask myself, do I genuinely need to feel this way? Is this a thing that's super important? Am I going to change anything by being angry? And, like, usually the answer is, like, no, being angry is not going to help me. It is also a strong motivator. I guess I could see that. Yeah, I suppose I can say that. I can see that. You hate someone so you want to get better than them or something? I mean, I guess. I guess in that case, it feels a little bit... I also don't like things that are temporary, and I feel like hate is kind of a temporary thing. I don't think I have the capacity to hold an emotion like hate for, like, a long time. I prefer things that are more consistent, so I guess I would like to motivate myself with something that is able to be utilized. Like, I want a consistent fuel source. I don't want a fuel source that will die down over time. I'm not saying that... No, I mean, like, obviously some... Like, yes, I think hate, anger... Yeah, there's a bunch of them, like, emotion... Fear is a motivator. Like, yeah, I think the emotions that people have are motivators. I don't think it's a good motivator for me. Like, yeah, I mean, emotions in general are good motivators. You love someone, so you're motivated to, like, you know, do something. A father loves his child, so he works hard to provide, you know, something for them. A person is afraid of going bankrupt or of like losing all their money, so they work hard to, like, not lose all their money, or to not go homeless, basically. A person wants to feel happy all the time, so they do the things that make them feel happy all the time. Yeah, like, in general, emotions are relatively good motivators. I don't find, like, so when I say I don't think, I'm speaking mostly for myself, of course. The world, like, I'm not, I mean, I'm of the thought that most things that I think about the world are relatively subjective, unless we're talking about math. Unless we're talking about math. Like, when I say something, when I say something about morals or whatever, it's gonna be based on what I think myself, like, but morals are gonna be subjective. What I find useful is gonna be subjective. Like, it's all gonna be painted in my worldview because that's how I think about things, I guess. I can't really think of things outside. No, that's not true. I can think of other people's worldviews, but I don't really feel it, right? I don't really believe other people's worldviews. Otherwise, I would have their worldviews and not mine. So I can only speak for myself. And I don't think it's that useful of a motivator for me personally, because I think it'll run out eventually. I like consistency. Consistency is great. And many stories focus on jealousy. Yeah. Yep, revenge stories, jealousy stories, power of friendship stories. I think it's more so that hate doesn't feel good. Also, hate and anger doesn't really feel good. I want to spend my life feeling relatively happy than like in like a depressed state. Not like actually depressed, but like in a state of negativity, I guess. But maybe in this case, this is more a remnant or something like that of my parents rather than myself. But I mean, of course, I think you're a reflection of your environment, so it is also now a part of me. This mouth is cool. I'm changing it. What a conversation to walk in on. Yes. Yes, indeed. I think what I'll do is I'll do this M. I'll do the, like, it'll be the M mouth, kind of, but it'll be softer. Yeah, I think I like that more. But it's true. I live my life by why be mad when it doesn't do anything. That's what I feel. I can feel frustration, but I try not to harbor anger or hate. Because it doesn't help anything. I think, like, if I can do something about something, then sure, I'm gonna do it. But even then, I can probably do something without the anger that it comes along with, or whatever. It just feels pretty unpleasant. I don't want to feel unpleasant. I like feeling good. I also live my life by I have no enemies, because everyone loves me. Well, if it works, it works. I don't think I can convince myself that everyone loves me. In general, because I don't think I'm special. I don't think everyone loves everyone. If I thought that everyone loved each other, then perhaps I'd be able to convince myself that everyone loves me. I mean, even from like a health perspective, I like being stressed out, being in these negative emotions constantly are just not good for your health. Heart conditions and such. You taste good, Rowan? Who's Rowan? Rowan. I don't think I could ever be a Rowan. It doesn't fit me. Never mind Tristan. Oh. I can't be a Tristan. Being super stressed ages you. I've had white hair since I was 18. Wowie. Yeah, that ain't good. To be super stressed. Saba is smaller than Gura? I didn't know that. I guess I never really thought about their models. Stress, anger, and hate. Honestly, they kind of all feel like stress to me. I feel like they're all stressed state of being. Stressed states of being. Goodbye, Chu. Do you think you'll stream tonight? Do you mean like in the carnival, in the Discord? Maybe. I do have some drawings I'd like to do. Yeah, like for instance, I have the Gura, Saba, and Ellen Joe illustration that I would like to work on. I also want to work on the Pun illustration. There are a couple, things I would like to do. So, I mean, if I would like, sorry, not that. Yeah, if I end up doing that, I'll probably end up streaming. Maybe. Don't quote me on this, but I'll try. White hair, bro. Bro thinks he's an anime. Bro thinks he's Kaneki. Okay, but Kaneki is pretty cool, though. I think white hair makes you cooler. Well, I mean, as long as you're not, dying because of it. Kaneki can get away with it. He's a ghoul thing. He's a ghoul thing. Yep. Perhaps I'll see you later then, Chu. Also, I want to start working on Summer Melusine. Summer Melusine looks really, really nice. I actually didn't like her design before. I kind of want to stop repeating these words. What I should do is I should think about what I want to say before I say it, and then say it all in one go. Wouldn't that be an idea? But I might just like dragons, actually. I mean, I'm drawing Queen Draco right now, and then I'm going to draw Melusine. It's true that gray hairs could also be, like, genetic. Some people are probably just more prone to getting gray hairs than others. Should I quote you on "Don't quote me on this"? Yes, actually. I want that to actually be my quote. That should be my only quote that I have. Don't quote me on this. Don't quote me on this is my quote. Looked it up. Stress releases chemicals, which turns you. Yeah, no, I was pretty certain that people get gray hair because of stress. Like, they can at the very least. Okay, Hamza, I'm gonna walk my dog now. Alright, toodles. For a bit. My name is not Hamza. Actually, I could take a Hamza. My name could be Hamza. I'd be quite happy with that. The Jorker. Yeah, she does kind of look like she's jorking it. She's not, though, no. She's just really angry. Maybe. Crab. I love maybe. Maybe is the best sentence. Or, yeah, actually, maybe is the best sentence. Maybe makes it so people don't have that much expectations for you, and I hate expectations. Hey, that's one thing I hate. Expectations. Good point about genetics. That can explain why my mother looks like a teenager at 45. Yep. Got them dreams that keep you spry. Spry? The hell am I? Am I an old man? Spry. Who the heck says that? Yeah. Yep. Also, moving around can keep you young too. If you're not someone like there's a bunch of things that could culminate in you like looking relatively young compared to your actual age. Be relatively fit. Or at least don't like just sit there and do nothing. You don't have to like exercise like rigorously, but not being stationary is very good. Or maybe she's a vampire. She could be a vampire. If a vampire do vampires give birth to other vampires? Like, what happens if let's say hypothetically a vampire gets pregnant and then gives birth? Is the child a vampire? Is that like what is that? I think in most stories vampires can actually give birth to vampires. Are you a vampire? Can you see yourself in a mirror? Yeah, I mean, the sun also, yeah, there's a bunch of different reasons why a person could not look their actual age. Hello, Roblo, how's your day going? People ask me something, I always be sure to add maybe at the end of what I'm saying. Yep. Gotta add in a tinge of doubt. Can't let them expect anything of you. At least not fully. That way they won't be disappointed when you don't do it. Or if you don't do it. Or if you don't do it properly. One shot the remaining half of my team. You know, is that much worse than what it already was? Maybe you were right. It's official, my favorite character from JJK is Naoya Zenin. I see. Speaking of, I think one day I'm gonna watch JJK Season 3. Actually, maybe I'll just wait until... Maybe I'll wait until the full season comes out. right? It's taking a break between the different cores, right? Like there is a core break right now, and part two will resume at some point. JJK animation is peak. Mappa do be mappin'. It's like if you get UFO-table, if you get UFO table on something, they're probably gonna make peak animation. Although I wonder how bad UFO-table is compared to Mappa in terms of working conditions. Yeah, they gotta do part two. Yeah. I'll probably not actually watch it soon then. I'll watch it when it all comes out. Probably. I also like saying probably, it's just great. Probably, maybe. All both good words. They gotta make that fight the best in the current era is best animation of today versus the best animation of history. Something that'll make me say, I don't know, Earth's animation is actually quite advanced. Though unfortunately I'm not Dabura, so. Yeah, the face did turn out relatively cute. Pretty cute, pretty cute. I think people look forward to Gojo versus Sukuna, mainly. I mean, probably because of like I think both of the characters are like relatively important to the plot, and they're both built up to be like relatively like very strong, right? So it's kind of like seeing like a super. It's like seeing the pinnacle of, I guess, of the system. You're seeing like the two strongest people like fight, like go at it, which is like interesting. Along with that, it's also been like built up for a long time. Like for instance, in season one, it's like, well, would you win? And Gojo says, nah, I'd win. Right? It's like, it's the whole thing. So I think the story has set it up to be like a very big fight. Along with the characters being like, but like, I think the characters are just well liked characters. People like Gojo and people like Sukuna. So, yeah. Like, it's just the two strongest of the verse, but we've seen that before, yet not many other fights got as big as Gojo versus Sukuna. Sukuna? Did I just say Sukuna? Sakuna. Hello, Lily. Not your father, but welcome to the stream. How's your day going? She really is flailing. I like the way that the motion lines look on the legs. Okay. And today was also my birthday. Well, happy birthday. Hope you had a good birthday. An anime that was mainly rotoscoped, I think is like Flowers of Evil. Or Flower of Evil, I forget which one it is. Very odd, very odd anime. I didn't finish it. I actually didn't hate it. But it certainly was more grounded in reality. I don't know how much JJK is. I mean, how much of JJK is rotoscoped? I don't get for like most of JJK. I don't like get a rotoscoped vibe. There's some like actions or like scenes that seem rotoscoped, but for sure for like the action scenes, I don't. I mean, I don't even know how you would rotoscope most of them. Maybe for like maybe like hand-to-hand stuff where like an actual person could do them, but for like the bigger flashier stuff where like people are jumping across buildings or whatever, I'm sure that's not very rotoscoped, although I don't actually know exactly what you guys are talking about. From what I saw in season 2, it didn't look like, most of it didn't look that rotoscoped. Hyaku... Hyakuamu. Hyakuamu. Sure, let's go with that. Or Emu. Hyakuamu. Whatever. Is also made with rotoscopy. I recommend watching it. A rather down-to-earth, beautiful story. Flower of Earth is, I mean, Flower of Evil is, it feels like the opposite of that. It seems kind of grounded, but I don't know if I'd call it beautiful. I haven't finished it though, right? So maybe it ends in a beautiful way. Hyakuami. Of course, how could you rotoscope a literal plane crashing? Well, you do have footage. Probably. There's probably a bunch of footage of plane crashes, although I think they'll probably be done in poor taste. Nah, see, I'm gonna rotoscope people casting... you just go to real people casting their domains, and then you rotoscope it, naturally. Okay, why I clicked on this and you brought me here. Tell me then why. Oh, I see. You know, I've never watched Code Geass. I know it's really good, so you don't have to tell me it's so good you should watch it. I know. I will watch it eventually, probably, maybe. But I haven't watched it yet. It's in a similar spot to me with Evangelion, I guess. Tokyo Ghoul Season 1 to 2 was done pretty well. Season 1 was amazing. After... I don't want to be a manga reader, but after reading the manga, yeah, Season 2 wasn't the best. Like... but I think it's probably like... I think if you haven't read the manga, it's fine, because you don't really get to see what you're missing. But the actual anime, I mean the actual manga, I think it makes more, it feels less rushed. There's less information missing, I guess. Like by a long shot. Like Season 2 just feel... Yeah. I think Season 1 was fine. Season 2 was just... It kind of feels like when I've watched Re:Zero. I haven't read the source material of Re:Zero. So when people from the light novel are saying, yeah, the anime's fine and all, but it could be way better. You guys should read the light novel or whatever. I think I guess it's something like that. To be fair, I don't think Re:Zero is a terrible adaptation. I'm pretty sure it's relatively good compared to other anime. Like Season 2 of Promised Neverland or something. It's the same situation with Record of Ragnarok. They're cutting a bunch. I thought for Record of Ragnarok, I thought people didn't like it because the animation, I don't know, but I thought I heard that the animation is just bad. Something kind of to do with something like Seven Deadly Sins, kind of. I'll say Tokyo Ghoul manga is 100 times better. Same situation with Ragnarok. But sometimes anime can be better too. I think so. I think I would prefer watching the anime of JJK than the manga. Because especially for action, I think, having things move is going to be way more satisfying, I guess, than seeing things stay still. It's not like manga cannot do it. I think One Punch Man does it really well. And just from an art perspective, I think I prefer the manga, of course. Season 1 of One Punch Man versus versus the manga, I think I prefer the anime. I mean, no, I prefer the manga, of course. But the anime was done really well. I think they're both they have their own pros and cons. One is it's moving and such. And then for the manga, you get a bunch of detail. But Demon Slayer, I think Demon Slayer is way better as an anime than as a manga. Is that a a what? a a babble? A baby bell? A bababel? Eh? The first thing that flashes to me about ReZero is the sound after revival. Yep. Yeah. The artist for One Punch Man is insane, especially with Genos. Yeah, Yusuke Murata. That guy is great. He is my inspiration for... He's kind of the reason why I got into stylized art in the first place. By the way, hello, Double A Marshall. How's your day going? I like the fight where Tatsumaki fought the one girl, the Psychos, you mean? Yeah, you must be talking about Psychos. Yeah, that was a really good fight. I shudder to think what that would become in the anime. Oh, the cheese thing! Oh yeah, I have heard of that. Yep, she has... Yep. She's kind of dressed like... She does have the color scheme. My day is doing great. How about you? I'm chilling. I'm vibing. Yeah, I'm having a good day too. I don't like this knee. Record of Ragnarok has lost a significant amount of weight, even in the manga, as the chapters are released very rarely. Ah, that's unfortunate. If they butcher Cosmic Garo, I know people are going to tweak out. People are already tweaking out. I don't think anyone has any hope anymore. I don't think people will tweak out. At least, I don't think it could get much worse. I'm going to be a part of that crowd, say my boo, and move on with life. Yeah, at this point, it's like, rip anime. I mean, rip the anime for the, for One Punch Man. She might be turning into a crab with these limbs. True. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. She's out there scuttling like Mr. Krabs. He does walk like that, doesn't he? The tip of her tail, how does it look? It's like orangish. Is that sliding meme with Garo actually? Yes, it's real. It's real. They took a PNG and they slid it down the hill. There's that one frame where the woman had like 6 fingers when she's not supposed to. There's that one frame where that dude had like boobs and he's not supposed to because he's a dude. Oh yeah, the anime's cooked. There's no recovering. There's nowhere they'd have to like either somehow overhaul their production like whatever they're doing to produce the anime, they'd have to just change it up completely and give it to another studio, or else it's cooked. Did I eat? No. Why would I ask that question? Of course I didn't eat dinner. Breakfast. Breakfast. Okay. If they mess up the Tatsumaki panty shot, I'll freak out. Versus Saitama, right? Well, that's gonna be for a long... Then that's not gonna be for a long time. They can't possibly mess that up. Yes, they can, but whatever. I'm not Freddy Fazbear. Nope, can't reach it. Alright. Three frames till that moment? What? Then I don't actually know what you're talking about. I don't remember any Tatsumaki panty shots from the Monster Association arc. One frame, man. I'm not a One Punch Man fan, but as an artist, I was shocked what they've done with the third season. Yep. Yeah. It'd be like that. Oh, right. Yeah, it won't be that long since all the season will have a one frame collectively. You're right. I was peak music crap. I hope to hear more such performances. I am a musical crab, you see. I'm kind of known for my music. Okay, me taking so long as rendering is sad. Let me speed this up. Crab oiling up. Please don't oil up the crab. That will mean that I will get fried. That's what people do to things when they're gonna fry them, right? They put them in oil. Do musical crabs taste better than regular crabs? Crabs? Please don't. I like living, I think. Living is overrated. What? That's not true. If I weren't living, I'd, like, not be able to draw. There's no way this thing had a hole in it. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, okay, I can... Yeah, that one makes sense. That one's reasonable. Do not insult the crab. Too many things I want to draw in the moment, I end up drawing nothing. Yeah. Well, you can start with one thing, surely. Flip a coin. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe it. Imagine living in 2026. True. Too expensive. I'd quit. I wanna draw. I wanna learn drawing, but I'm super lazy, have ADHD, and my brain dead. Any tips? Find something super simple that you can make, that you can draw relatively easily, and start drawing. It's easier to continue something once you've started than it is to start something. So start something, make it very easy for you to start something, and then you'll be able to do it. Oh, yeah. Maybe I'll have to take a nap today or something, because what is wrong with this headache? Am I hungry? I don't get headaches from being hungry. I think I need to take a nap. Yeah, maybe I should take a nap. Look, I mean, I'm basically finished with this drawing. Oh no, my headache hasn't stopped. I haven't stopped having the headache has been there. I just haven't been talking about it. So yeah, no, I still have the headache. Go to the doctor. Oh no, I'm not gonna die. I know the cause, it's sleeping. Oh no, you're in the USA. True. No, trust me. This is not a serious headache. I can recognize the feeling. It's not a unique headache, like a sharp pain or anything. It's just a slow, in the background type thing. The type that I get when it has something to do with sleep. And combining the headache with the fact that I am pretty tired right now means that I should sleep. So yeah, I'll probably take a nap. After I eat breakfast and such, I think that's what I'll do. I'll maybe make a burger or something. You know, maybe I'm not as lazy as I seem to say. I try and make my food taste good, as long as I'm not in a rush, I guess. That's not true. I don't try and make my food taste as good as possible. I just try and make it taste like something. I try to make myself want to eat. I guess I try and make myself want to eat. I think that's the reason why. Otherwise, I probably just won't eat anything. That's so weird. Does it hurt when you press on your eyes? Or it gets better? Like behind the eyes, that's a good, it's like on the top of my head. Is it behind my eyes? Where is it? Where is the headache? It's kind of everywhere, doesn't I? I was gonna say, it's kind of everywhere, isn't it? Who am I asking this to? You? No, but yeah, it feels kind of in general. It's like on the sides of my head, I guess. Oh, there goes my stomach rumbling. It doesn't really hurt or get better when I press on my eyes. Hmm. Rumbling, rumbling, it's coming, rumbling, rumbling. Maybe you just both don't drink frequently enough and don't piss frequently enough. I don't think that gives me headaches. If that was the case, I would have headaches for a lot of my life. Considering I don't think I've changed my drinking habits. I drink water, that's for sure. Just a question, because those headaches are one of the 2 headaches I have. I mean, I don't... It's not like I get them super often, but I will get headaches if I'm, like... If I'm really treating my body badly, I guess. No, it's certainly not a hydration issue. At least I'm not sure. Otherwise, I feel like I'd have had these headaches at some times in the past where I haven't had these headaches. I don't think it really makes sense for me to go super overboard with the color. But I do like the colors. I do like them. The back. Is that Ruben? Is that name Reuben? It sounds like Ryomen. Ryomen Sukuna. I like saying Sukuna, even though I feel like I should be saying Sukuna. Sukuna. But Sukuna is funner. I love Sukuna. Okay, no, but why is this gem? I realize that the gem is slanted when it should not be. It's been so long since I watched an ad. Imagine seeing ads. Just kidding, I see ads daily. Young people these days complaining about ads. Back in my day, we used to have commercials, which are just ads, but unskippable. Unskippable for minutes at a time. Shit was crazy. Now you have things like ad block. Bro, you're 20? Oh yeah, I know. I mean, watched. I just saw and instantly clicked off. Oh, like... You mean like you sat through an ad? Well, yeah, I too have not really watched TV. The reason I don't watch TV is not because of the commercials, honestly. I mean, it probably would be a reason, but I just don't really watch much of anything. I'm not outside near the TV long enough for me to watch TV. If I am outside near the TV, I'm probably playing a video game. Alcohol and cigarettes are a literal curse. I'm lucky that I was able to quit them forever after a month of teenage rebellion. Well, yeah, it's good. They both drain your life and your finances. Cigarettes smell bad, so I never drink or smoke. And alcohol tastes bad, so I'll never become an alcoholic. Okay. Really? Okay, sure. Zach finds TV boring, I see. Me too! I watch what I want, but I used to only watch TV. Yeah, it's more so, I mean, it's also the case that you didn't really have a choice back in the day. You just had to watch what was on TV. Nowadays, you can choose what you want to watch. Because, like, by themselves, they're already fucked, and yet socially they become a networking tool. I've heard about that. Do people actually use, like, cigarettes and stuff to socialize? Want to go have a smoke break? It's like that type of thing? Let's go hang out and smoke. You know what I love? I just love smoking. No, but I mean, seriously, though. I mean, that is... I mean, that is what it is, yeah? I'm literally trying... Are you telling me this entire thing right here is that? No. What are you trying to say here, pal? What is this? What is this thing up here? That's odd. Yes, do not start an addictive... Basically, don't take things that are addictive. If you want to smoke... no, if you want to make friends with higher-ups, you need to smoke and chat with them on breaks. It's where all the important stuff gets said. So... Are you not allowed to, like, just chill with someone without engaging in the thing that they're engaging in, I guess? I guess it's easier to engage with someone if you have something in common. But surely there's other ways. I mean, maybe not. Maybe not. If you say it is the case, then I guess it has to be the case. I'm not you, so I wouldn't know. Simple solution, just don't make friends. Hey, I mean, actually though. You know what they say, it's better to have no company at all than to have bad company. Or to be in bad company, or whatever. I think that's true. Oh, so is like smoking an excuse to like take a break from the job? Like having a smoke break is the excuse? Like, yeah, you probably wouldn't be able to socialize during the job, but oh, so it's kind of like going out drinking, right? Uh, let's say people are going out drinking. Do you literally need to drink to go out with people drinking? If that makes sense, or or is it just like if you're not gonna drink with people who are going out drinking, do you just are you just not allowed to go, or is it just like weird or something? Maybe probably. It's like why are you coming if you're not drinking? I guess. I mean, like the drinking or smoking is more like an excuse to like hang out together, right? It's not like actually what you're talking about. LARP as a smoker but never smoke. LARP as an alcoholic but never alcoholic. If you go out drinking and don't drink, you'll get looked down upon and treated like an asshole. Heh. I had that happen after I couldn't drink for a year after an accident. Huh. Well, yeah, that's kind of rough. Not kind of. That certainly is rough. It is true if they respect you as a friend, but like, I mean, I think Yami is more so talking about making friends in the first place. It's more so. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think any respectable, like a respectable human being, would probably not judge you based on like what you like to put in your body or not, right? But I mean, I don't think. I mean, is it making friends for the sake of making friends, or is it making friends for the like? In this case, wouldn't it be making friends for the sake of like bettering yourself, bettering your career? I guess it seems to be. Oh, it's about making friends, like actually making friends. I mean, I wouldn't want friends that smoke, to be honest. Or rather, I wouldn't want friends that look down upon me for smoking. If those are the type of people that I'm trying to make friends with, then I don't know. I guess I just wouldn't look down upon. I mean, yeah, like what type of decent human being is gonna look down upon look down on someone for something that's that's not really affecting anybody else? I guess. People who are high in corporate, right? No, but so like the way that you're saying making, but are you trying to make friends with them, or are you trying to like make friends with them? Like, are you trying to do this because you want to be friends with them, or are you trying to be friends with them because you want to like, I don't know, get into a better situation financially or whatever, or like better your career or something? Right, right. You're not actually talking about being friends. You're talking about like just. I mean, in a sense, you're talking about like using people, which is like fine. Like obviously, people like that's how it works. Like when you're working with people, networking essentially. Quite the wide fingers you have here. Let's fix that. Yeah, probably not. exactly what I was trying to do, but whatever, it's cool. Oh, I see. I see what I've done. By erasing that, it turns out, yeah, it makes it way more difficult to enter. Yeah, that makes sense. Quite the white fingers you have there. Said Levi, seductively. Seductively? I'm not a seductionist. Seductionist? I don't think that's a thing. What am I trying to do here? I don't think it's that. But it might be? Oh, whatever, it's cool. I didn't really change my... Oh, alright, I guess I backed that back up. I mean, it doesn't really need to be super accurate. I mean, it is smear frames, I guess. Yeah, I do remember you talking about the alcohol rejecting thing. Can make her face overall a bit redder from anger. Maybe. I'd have to do something like this. As tuned in, what are you drawing? Queen Draco. Hello, how's your day going, Justin? But I have to make sure it's not actually interacting with the hair too, because the hair is gonna be a problem, isn't it? I don't want the markings to become more red. That's just gonna ruin the look. Hi, the art is funny. Well, thank you. Welcome to the stream, Miles. You're okay? Well, that's better than not being okay. Actually, I don't think I need to do anything down here. I'm not going to be a bit redder. Well, that seems to be a... fuck. That seems to be a bit redder. There we go. I just need to get rid of this stuff. I agree, your art is amazing. I really love this one. Very cute. Thank you. In the first place, why are there other things on the same layer as the skin layer? Yeah, so, like, what's happened here is I have... The skin layer is way down here. This is actually the skin layer, but as you can see, if I deactivate the skin layer, it's not actually, deactivating, because I've actually merged all the layers up here. The drawing has been turned into a flat image. So, because I've done that, I can't do this without... I can't exactly do this without messing everything else up. So I have to do it like this. Why is bro working on a merge layer? Oh, because I was done. I was done, but then I was really done with the illustration. You wanted me to, so I did. So I'm working on it now. I was done working on the merge layer. Actually, I was finished. this was just the final touches. I have now... I mean, technically it's still final touches, I suppose. The things that I had left to do did not require me to not work on a merge layer. Ah, you got skill of an artist and take to next level. Well, thank you, Lau. I appreciate it. Okay, what I do want to do is I think I'm gonna erase these eyes. And then... Oh, right, of course, I'm gonna erase this. But even if you are done, there are some final touches to do. You can still go back and work on the unmerged layers. Yeah, okay, so, see, the problem with that is, I've already made changes to the layer... So, the layers that are merged, I've made changes to. I've moved around... At the very least, I've moved around, like, some things. I've also changed a bit of the... There's some things that I have changed, right? So if I want to undo the merged layers, it will be a bit of a pain to have to redo the changes that I made to the merged layer. Let's see. Yeah, I did just want to erase that. Yeah, but that's what I mean. I'm not too sure what you're talking about. Why do you do stuff on a merge layer at all? Okay, so like when you merge a layer, it makes it very easy for me to not have to adjust a bunch of things at the same time. For instance, if I wanted to like squint the eyes, okay, even though I erased it, if I wanted to move around the hand or whatever, right? Even though it's not going to be done properly because this is just for example, I don't have to work with a bunch of layers. I can't manipulate a bunch of layers with Liquify. Liquify only works with one layer. So I must merge all the layers if I want to properly work with Liquify on a bunch of different layers. It just won't work otherwise. There is a bunch of, it's like, it's just easier, it helps me manipulate a bunch of things. At the end of a drawing, it comes down to moving around like all of the layers at the same time. I'm not going to be adding much else to the layers, right? I'm not going to be painting the skin anymore. I'm not going to really be doing anything super intensive, so I'm okay with merging the layers because it makes it easier to manipulate some stuff. Maybe I would like to change, like I think I changed the height of the knee. I changed the height of the knee. If the layers were not merged, then it will be very annoying to have to go layer by layer to manipulate it. It'll just be, yeah. Is there not a tool that works like Liquify? No, I don't. I mean, maybe? I don't know. Perhaps. Anyways, it's not really... Yeah, maybe. Possibly. In any case, on average, it's not that inconvenient to merge all the layers, because usually I'm done working on the illustration and I do not need to do anything else. In Ibis Paint, there is no option like this. What a sad moment. Rip. Which is the best software using for drawing for a beginner? Also, I think I've messed up something here. This shoulder is not how the shoulder's supposed to be. There we go. The best drawing software I'd recommend is for a beginner, I don't know, maybe Krita. I think Krita is like free, and I think there's a bunch of things that you can do in Krita, so maybe Krita. After I discovered how to transform multiple layers at once, I found a lot of things. Well, yeah, I can certainly transform multiple layers at once, but the transformation is not a smooth tool. It's a very jagged tool, so... I'm gonna have to end up filling in the places where the lines break and such, which is tedious. Why don't you draw that don't look like children? Good question. Your question is faulty. Good question. Your question is wrong. Also, don't spam. I will ban you. Or, not ban you, but I'll hide you. If you're asking why I'm drawing cute anime girls, that's because I want to draw cute anime girls. That's it. End of reasoning. The only reason I do this is because I'm completely... Oh, hold on. Do not paint with your finger on phone. The only reason I do this is because I'm completely broke. Fair enough. Most of my drawings... I do most of my drawings on paper, but never done a digital drawing before. Fair. Fair enough. Yeah, I think Krita is, like, relatively fine. I mean, maybe Ibis Paint is good, too. Maybe it's simpler than Krita. Never tried Ibis Paint, so I never know. How old is the character in your drawing? Considering this character was like some sort of emperor, because the character is like, actually, you know, the character's a dragon. I'd assume the character is like, and no, is this the same character? Because and this is not Nero Claudius. This is Queen Draco. I don't know how old is Queen. You'd have to look up how old Queen Draco is. Hello, all. Why is she busting it down? She's a dancer. Hello, Wallum. It doesn't really matter how old the character is that you say, because, I mean, it doesn't matter what number you give to the character. All that matters is how the character looks to you. Are you really gonna accept that, oh, okay, this character is okay to draw, even though I think it looks like whatever, just because the person has decided that, hey, this character is 150,000 years old. So, like, is that gonna change anything for you? Probably not. I don't think that's a useful argument for you anyways. Easy, she's negative 1,000. Damn. What is she, a time traveler or something? I think I'm done, actually. I think this is complete. Kinda. It's kinda complete. I probably won't be able to change. Do you think this is effect? Probably not. Actually, wait, no, you're actually correct, yeah. Did you my ping? No, I did not. She's a cute angry face. Thank you, yeah. Your ping, you pinged me about... It's for Clipstio Paint too? Yeah. Liquify. Yeah, I feel like I've tried that before and it didn't work. You'd assume that selecting multiple layers at the same time will allow you to liquefy multiple layers at the same time. Unless this guy's on like a newer like version and than me, or unless I was on an older version and now I'll be able to do it, but before I was not able to do it. Let's check. Let's just try and select the entire thing. Yeah, no, that hasn't seemed to work. That's quite the troublesome thing. Can I find something that was just liquefying? Okay, I guess that works. I could try again. No, but that is on Clip Studio Paint right now. Oh wait, no, I think this is for Clip Studio Paint V2, right? Obviously. Yeah, well, I'm not on Clip Studio Paint V2. I don't think so. Where did you buy Clip Studio Paint? This one is from like a long time ago. The thing about this Clip Studio Paint is that yeah, it was a long time ago. I think it's before 2023. I think this one is from 2022. I believe this one is from 2022 because I think I got Clip Studio Paint. I think I got it for my 22nd. Wait, yeah, in 2022. It was for my birthday, and I don't think I got it in 2023. It might have been 2023, but I don't think so. I'm not quite sure. Does age matter in the drawings? I'm just curious and bored. No. Okay, like, so, for instance, pick any character that you find to look like a child. If the author says that the character is 500 years old, does it actually matter? Like, does that change your thoughts of the character? Like, does that change how you think the character looks? Probably not. Right. I don't think it's useful at all. I don't pay attention to that stuff anyways when it comes to drawings, but I mean, if I were to be a person who pays attention to that stuff, I don't think it'd be useful for me. Latest Clip Studio Paint is version 5. You have version 1. Ah, I see. Art is always controversial? I don't think so. Not always, but I mean, yes, there's a bunch of art that is out there that is controversial, and it's always going to cause discourse. I'll give her the shine I forgot to do. No, probably not though. I like it to have a flatter appearance. Yeah, okay, sure, that works. Well, actually, I don't know. Let me get rid of that one too. Yep, sure, good enough. I'll say don't know what I want to do. Probably gonna take a nap now. Is there anything else I would like to do? Probably not. Anything else I want to do here? Probably not. Oh, hold on, let me... that's not big enough. Oh, no, that is big enough. sure. Probably could have written that better, but it's cool. Be gone. Seriously, why was that so wobbly? Number 5, I think that's the one that had Ogi and Rhino. Oh, shit. Yep. And this one. Cool. Well, let me see. Okay. Yeah, I do think I'm quite done. I'm done for today. I'd probably go for longer. I usually do go for a little bit longer, but I'm gonna sleep. So I hope you guys have a good day. Links are in the links to my stuff are in the description. You can go to the Patreon. I think today I'm gonna be working on Ogi if nothing changes in, like, let me see. Actually, no, I don't think I'm gonna be working on it yet. But there's a poll on Patreon deciding which character I'm gonna be drawing next. Oshino Ogi, Tiamat, and Eleg from Nikkei. Tiamat from Fate Grand Order, and Oshino Ogi from Monogatari. Which of them I'm gonna be drawing? The Patreon members get to decide. Yeah, and the Patreon is exclusive art. After Patreon. Yeah, there's Pixiv, where I put art that I don't put on Twitter, basically. There's Twitter, where I put art. There's the Discord, which is the Discord, and in the Pixiv, there's also another Discord. Especially when it comes to, well, when it comes to the recent posts, you can find the link to it there in the recent posts on Pixiv. But yeah, have a good day. I hope you guys have fun with whatever it is you're going to be doing. I'm going to sleep. And maybe eat breakfast, but should I sleep first, or I should probably eat first before I sleep, right? But something is telling me that I should probably sleep. Thanks for the stream and the time you spend on it. No problem. I appreciate you for watching till the end. Fun, yeah. Fun indeed, Sona. Cute and fun. Cute and fun. No more. We're